оперативным увеличением пропускной способности каналов связи на 30%, чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться, чтобы ваш бизнес продолжался. Сервисы связи для бизнеса доступны на сайте ismet.kz. Подключайтесь онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Пользовались услугами ЦОНов в этом году? Мы сделали это возможным. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
BI Group – строительный холдинг, который совершает переход от ведущего казахстанского девелопера к крупнейшей констракшн-тек-компании в Центральной Азии. Инновационное подразделение BI Innovations ежедневно создает и улучшает цифровые инструменты для проектирования, строительства и сервисного обслуживания жилых комплексов. Компанией были разработаны такие приложения, как BI Clients, BI Service, Opera Build и другие. Мы используем не только стандартные IT-инструменты, но и передовые технологии больших данных, позволяющие создавать прорывные продукты, например, Opera Build. Цифровая стройка – не единственный приоритет компании. Самое важное – комфорт наших жильцов. Для этого разработано приложение Big App, где для клиентов представлен широкий спектр услуг – от заказа еды на дом до возможности оставить заявку на ремонт. Все они обрабатываются в сервисном центре. Для эффективного решения задач мы сотрудничаем с другими компаниями. Это возможно благодаря специальному порталу.
Город – это огромный и сложно устроенный организм. Дом для тысяч, десятков тысяч и даже десятков миллионов человек. Города притягивают своим комфортом и поражают своей сложностью. Жизнь успешного города – это правильная работа невероятно большого числа процессов, которые мы привыкли не замечать. Сотни коммуникационных систем, тысячи инженерных решений, миллионы операций ежесекундно позволяют горожанам жить, смеяться, трудиться, любить и создавать. Величие человеческой мысли поражает. Город подобен человеку. Стоит лишь одному органу выйти из строя, и весь организм работает неправильно. Было бы здорово, если бы все важные для жизни города системы были под контролем и работали исправно. Парадоксально, но чтобы чудеса человеческой мысли работали исправно, нам нужно исключить человеческий фактор. Для этого нужно довериться технологиям, умным технологиям, которые мы назвали. Smart City – концепция умного города, активно продвигаемая компанией Казахтелеком. Это набор умных технологичных систем для комфортной и удобной жизни горожан. С помощью умных технологий процесс управления городом станет простым и более эффективным. Ведь многие вопросы Smart City сможет решать без человеческого присутствия. Так, например, технологии умного города умеют самостоятельно управлять светофорами, чтобы снизить трафик дорожного движения в час пик, включать и выключать уличные фонари в темное время суток, автоматически выявлять преступления на улицах с помощью системы интеллектуального видеонаблюдения, информировать горожан об уровне загрязнения воздуха, дистанционно собирать информацию со счетчиков коммунальных услуг, анализировать информацию и выявлять причины энергопотерь. Почему важно задуматься о внедрении умных технологий уже сегодня?
Вице-министр национальной экономики Казахстана заявил, что сейчас в нашей стране более 10,5 миллионов граждан проживает в городах. Это 58,2% населения страны. Ожидается, что в течение следующих 5 лет уровень урбанизации в Казахстане увеличится до 62%. Это значит, что в ближайшее время города Казахстана будут испытывать все больше и больше нагрузки на инфраструктуру. Перед акиматами городов возникнут новые вызовы. Уже сегодня назревает необходимость разработки экологичного и энергоэффективного способа организации жизни в городах. Современные технологии и возможность оцифровки информации дают нам инструмент, способный решить целый комплекс городских потребностей. Технология «Безопасный город» следит за порядком с помощью умных видеокамер, которые способны выявлять потенциальные правонарушения еще до того, как они состоятся. Так, например, умное видеонаблюдение способно распознать изображение оружия и мгновенно оповестить об этом службы безопасности. Умная ЖКХ собирает данные со счетчиков газа, вода и электроснабжения автоматически в разрезе города, района, улицы и квартиры и отправляет их в центр обработки данных. Специальные датчики помогут точно определить, на каком из участков происходят потери, и устранить их. Экологический мониторинг автоматически собирает данные для анализа содержания в воздухе, угарного газа, диоксида серы, оксида азота, бензола и других вредных примесей. Система делает анализ, строит прогнозы и делает оповещения, которые помогают жителям принять меры, чтобы снизить негативное влияние газов на организм. Здравоохранение умного города предполагает создание единой базы данных и программного обеспечения, где каждый горожанин имеет возможность пользоваться медицинскими услугами онлайн. Система дорожного движения помогает фиксировать правонарушения, мониторить транспортные потоки и распределять их самым разумным образом с помощью автоматического управления светофорами. Таким образом, дороги в час пик разгружаются быстро и эффективно. Система управления парковками мониторит и оповещает автовладельцев, где находятся свободные места, и контролирует оплату. Система «Умное образование» создает условия для более мобильных коммуникаций в школах и вузах. Система основывается на управляемом доступе для учителей и учащихся к данным образовательной программы, электронный журнал и дневник, СМС-уведомления о важных событиях, электронная библиотека и онлайн-обучение. Вся эта информация стекается в единый центр обмена данными – ЦОД. Фактически в ваших руках будет инструмент для управления всей городской инфраструктурой. В любое время вам будет доступна любая актуальная информация. Весь город у вас на ладони. Насколько эффективна система умного города? Давайте посмотрим на данные статистики стран, которые уже внедрили умные технологии. Снижение транспортных заторов на 25% и более, повышение эффективности использования общественного транспорта и удовлетворенность пассажиров на 12-40%, снижение потерь в сфере ЖКХ до 80%, снижение затрат на освещение города на 50-75%, повышение энергоэффективности города в целом на 9-25%, значительное снижение уровня правонарушений, повышение привлекательности города для жителей, предпринимателей и туристов. Как осуществить умные технологии на практике? Для этого необходим огромный инфраструктурный ресурс. АО «Казахтелеком» — единственный оператор в Казахстане, который имеет все необходимые элементы инфраструктуры для реализации проекта Smart City во всех городах Казахстана. Уже сегодня по всей стране мы протянули более 26 тысяч километров волоконно-оптических линий, установили 400 базовых станций энергоэффективной сети интернет LoRaWAN, в том числе в каждом областном центре, покрыли 3/4 территории страны высокоскоростной мобильной связью формата LTE, установили 17 центров обработки информации в каждом крупном городе Казахстана и оснастили в них 22 тысячи единиц оборудования. Мы установили 257 точек Wi-Fi и 35 тысяч камер уличного наблюдения по всему Казахстану. Мы хотим сделать Казахстан развитым и технологичным. Мы стремимся к повсеместному внедрению технологий высокого класса по всей стране, чтобы жизнь казахстанцев стала удобнее, приятнее и счастливее. Мы уже подготовили благодатную почву для роста умных городов по всей стране. Мы хотим, чтобы сегодня был заложен фундамент для еще одного умного города. Вы за?
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Управляли бизнесом из дома. Мы сделали это возможным, организовав специальную программу поддержки МСБ. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Казахтелеком представляет платформу видеонаблюдения для крупного корпоративного бизнеса. Это надежный, удобный и оперативный способ контроля за бизнес-процессами и их безопасностью. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком – наша техническая база с наивысшими параметрами безопасности. Со скоростью света видеоданные передаются и сохраняются на сверхзащищенных серверах Казахтелеком. Видео с ваших камер не потеряются и не удалятся. И вы будете иметь к ним доступ в любое время. Как видите, мы учли самое важное – скорость, доступ и сохранность. С платформой видеонаблюдения вы можете наблюдать за объектом в режиме реального времени, в любом месте, даже со смартфона. Это удобно. Более того, вы можете скачать любой интересующий вас фрагмент из архива, длительность хранения которого вы определяете сами в пределах 30 дней. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком. Одно решение многих вопросов. Оставьте заявку на подключение услуги платформы видеонаблюдения на telecom.kz.
You focus on providing the right tools for your people. So do we. Lenovo will help you transition to a more agile and efficient organization with remote management and deployment solutions, predictive analytics, as-a-service solutions, and 24/7 premier support. Smarter technology is an investment in your company's greatest asset, you.
Казахтелеком гордо принял.
Добрый день.
Hello, dear colleagues, friends. I'd like to welcome you to this digital forum, as part of which we are going to discuss the construction tech questions, innovation in construction industry. And I would like to give a special thank you to the state bodies, to the government, because they gave such amount of attention to this industry. I'd like to introduce our speakers today. Dinara Shiglova is the Vice Minister of Industry and Infrastructural Development of Kazakhstan. Yerkin Akimbekov, Director of Department for Digital in Construction Industry for B Innovations. Serenbet Iskakov, Head of Smart Remont, Nikolai Babeshkin, and the General Director for Kolesa Group. First, I would like to thank everyone who's joining us offline and online, who came here because they are interested. I hope that this meeting will become very fruitful and productive. The introduction of digital technologies in the construction industry has been going very well. We can simplify, optimize our processes inside the construction companies. Also, we understand that Corona crisis has affected all aspects of the economy, all sides of the economy, including the construction industry. And under the influence of this phenomena, all industries, including the construction, have changed a lot. And today we'll talk about how industry will develop in the next years, how developers work during the pandemic, and how the entrepreneurial market is being influenced. I'd like to give the word to Dinara Shiglova, to the Ministry of Industry and Infrastructural Development of Kazakhstan. Dinara is doing a very good work in the construction industry. Can you tell us what is being done for the digitalization of the construction process? Hello, dear participants of the forum. I'd like to welcome you to this session dedicated to the digitalization and innovation in the construction industry. And as Nurlan already mentioned, let me tell you in a nutshell about the strategy of digitalization in the industry and where we're moving. Can I put up the presentation, please? Let's start from the second slide. Our goal is to digitalize all steps of construction, from preparation to commencement and recycling of the objects of the market. It sounds ambitious, but during the digitalization, you cannot call it any different. We have this goal, and to realize this goal, we already launched pilot solutions for each of these steps. Here on this slide, you see that we cover all plans of construction, the usage and liquidation. And here we see the projects that were realized and the projects that are in progress. The next slide. During the planning, it's very important to have a single system of state construction registry, which is dedicated to keeping the data at the governmental level. This is a complex instrument to manage construction. And this single platform of registry, it has gone through assessment of information security, and it's accessible online. This state registry system, it has information on buildings, on roads, on networks, and other infrastructural objects. Some people can ask, why do we need that? We need it because investors and developers and construction person can see that these communications are available, the capacities, and where they can be used in commercial ways. And we expect that this platform of infrastructural data will allow us, for people and for businesses, to give access to reliable information on infrastructure, will allow to book capacities, to increase the transparency of projects, to reduce the periods for getting permissive documents. What will it give to the government? We think that this platform will provide the relevant information of the statistical management of territory and increase the quality of territorial development. The next slide, please. From 2018, the ministry, together with Akimat, digitized all data regarding the construction of in the region. You see here the split region by region, how this information is being filled. Today, about 58% were digitalized, so it's 300,000 hectares. Next year, these digital schemes will be moved to the database of state registry, and we think that coordination between ministries and local authorities is very key here. And in that case, we see the support from colleagues in realization, a very important task. Next, on the next slide, I would like to, during the assessment, during the cost estimate process, we have the expertise, and this procedure is done through the single portal, EPSD. Many of you have heard of this portal. This portal is linked with the single system, with the state registry system. The contractor sends projects to the through the personal account. Then it is checked against the content, and then as a result, the organization checks and then gives the result, the summary of this cost estimate. And here, the opportunity was provided to use this in a very good way. That's why the client goes to this portal and asks for these documents for free, and for the general contractors, general designers. Now we have 150 projects at schools, hospitals, sports complexes, and other infrastructure. On the next slide, we'll go to the construction. Here, EAEU system is very important. It's the single united portal for all parts of construction. The shareholders will be doing cost estimate in the informational system. This data will be available to many agencies during the projects. To realize this work, additions and amendments were made to the law in the civil construction legislation, where competency of local bodies regarding the usage of this portal was provided. Also, within the pilot and the scaling of this system, the technical assessment amendments were made. On the next slide, you see the usage, the exploitation. ЖКХ e-Shanrak system is very important, which is going to link many parts. Through this platform, many parties will be connected. It's different systems, governmental systems, and regional Akimat systems. What kind of effect do we expect? We think that for people of houses, it's the improvement of quality through getting better suppliers and transparency of their activities. This will stimulate the improvement of quality through the open competition. And for subjects of monopolies, it's the fixation of resources through informational system, which will be able to take down all the information. It's the suppliers of communal services which did not have this opportunity before. They can use e-Shanrak now. For local authorities, for Akimat, we see that their work will be simplified. The exact number of buildings, of apartments, and they will be able to plan this in real time. And for central government bodies, we think that the data for residential complexes by cities and distribution of funds during the renovation, this all will be very important. Now this project is in progress in development, and it's been approved, and all the amendments as well were approved. And what can we say in terms of effect? The complex approach to civil construction registry on the next slide in the digital format will allow us to keep track of emergencies and reduce it by 20%, and it is worth more than 3 billion tenge a year. It will allow to reduce tax and create a new infrastructure. And as part of this complex program, the cost for construction will be reduced through reduction of complaints. So be able to save 4 trillion tenge, and we'll be able to save up to 21 billion tenge. We think that this complex approach of digitalization of all steps of construction, and if the influence is not the only indirect but also direct financial effects. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Dinara Renatana, very much. What you said was very interesting. The results, the reduction of emergency cases, the reduction of costs during construction, I think it's undoubtedly these are the results that are very important for construction, for the industry, for the people, for the citizens, for the buyers. This will give direct effect. Thank you very, very much. Also, as I said, today we have the representative BI Innovation representative, which does automation and digitalization for BI Group. From the start of projecting to all steps of living up to living. And we have Yerkin Akimbekov, a director for digitalization in construction industry. Yerkin, I would like to ask you a question. What exactly are you going to automate? What kind of innovations are you using? What are the difficulties that you're facing? What insights can you share? Hello, dear participants of forum. Our division BI Innovations does digital transformation for the company. We support more than 5,000 users and about 3,000 business partners. It's a big system of products. But first of all, I would like to talk about the construction industry. We all know that it's very conservative, and it's included in the least digitalized industries. This was reported by the McKinsey report. Construction was at the bottom, and then agriculture was a little bit higher, but maybe agriculture has also succeeded us. I think BI Group has the priority to be a leader in transformation, to create the necessary ecosystem. Digitalization has become the new norm, new reality for developers. We have more and more gadgets, more internet, and according to some information, 60% have access to internet. 5 billion of people use their cell phones every day, and leading companies in construction, Vinci, China Communication, they've been using this as their priority for a long time. I wanted to show our products. As I said before, we have 5,000 clients and 30,000 business partners that we provide our services to. We work in 7 directions. More than 40 products are being introduced all the time. Some products are created according to our own demands of business. Today I would like to highlight the three solutions. They are in green, it's Opera built, mobile web solution. This is our construction. Then BI Partners, it's a platform for procurement for contractors and suppliers. And BGAP, it's the mobile application. It's an ecosystem for our clients and for the residents of the company. Before I start talking about the next slide, I would like to give you a small context. The peak of construction, it could include 600 to 1,200 people. Quality, related to quality, to procurement, always new material is received. You need to provide the right order, provide the right sequence, a lot of information. Site managers also have to be very attentive. So we need to see the risks. Opera build was done in a way that we integrated it with the accounting system to take the load of our systems. I could see the schedules, I could fill out the plans, I could call the technical supervision. Also, we stress the importance of quality. Every day we introduce new standards and it increases the level of what kind of real estate we provide to our partners. So the elimination of difficulties, the sending out mails, it's the timelines, responsibilities. We know that the site manager, his work is about the organization of construction, installation works. So to eliminate all the problems, we digitalize the process of receiving materials. So as a site manager, I can order materials through the application according to the reports. I can state the volume, the delivery date, and then you'll go to the procurement manager. The procurement manager worked on that. I got the push notification, and I know when material will be delivered. And here we need to get away from paper format. I was talking about the amount of people, and I think it's important to have people on site, on project, because if there are no people, there is no construction. We integrated it with the Scott systems. People come into the project site, they get registered, and online you can say who entered, who left, who contractors work where. Opera built, we understand that every minute lost during the process of construction, creation of documents, some waiting on some decisions, solutions, it affects the period of construction. So the interface is also very user-friendly. Next one, what I want to talk about is the BI Partners. It's the platform of effective cooperation between our contractors and suppliers. We call them business partners in our company because we work toe-to-toe with them to construct things. What is BI Partners? I'm going to talk on behalf of their partner. I want to start to work with the company. I enter the portal. I get registered there. I confirm that I'm a company. I need to sign some documents using electronic signature. Then I name a range of services that I can provide. Maybe I can provide installation works, provide some materials, or I can provide some equipment. Then I filled it out. I install the application, BI Partners. Then I get some push notifications, about the tenders that are relevant to me. I respond if the client approves, then we sign the agreement. The process of signing the agreement was done on paper format due to the logistics delivery. It took about 3 to 4 weeks, which is quite long. Now it's been digitalized from 144,000 contracts were signed online, and then we're going to develop BI partners. We're going to include and develop the finance managers. As a partner, I can see all the applications, all the calculations, and get away from the paper format.
BI Partners is just a single window for our business partners. The next solution is a Big App. This is a mobile application which covers all the process of the interaction between the clients and the company, starting with selection of services and ending up with the exploitation. And under pandemics, people have less intention to communicate. Well, this is sufficient to pass through a quick registration, and through the filters we can see the process, how it goes on, what is being constructed, what is around the site. We can book it online. Then buying the flat is also online, is also implemented online. For example, there are 6 sites, and a big app gives this opportunity to select the flat, to select the site, and just you strike a contract online. Then there is an automatic process of getting everything registered in the architecture authority. As far as registration is concerned, Big App is able to provide all the necessary documents and to provide the keys to the flat. Then I can sign the contract with the contractor, and if some other services are needed, I can create an application also digitally. Some Big App gives the opportunity to pay for public utilities, and there is an important point for the clients. Why sometimes the clients wonder, why do I have to pay so much for the service and for the services? And here everything is made transparent. So there is another trend, a marketplace for calling the cleaning people, for making order for the for products and services. So all the clients can use this application to solve all the problems. The goal of Big App is to create a comfortable communications, and these communications will be quite safe for our clients. In the end, I'd like to quote some figures. On the whole, the volume of this is $5 billion, but although it seems a little bit far, but in fact this is already available, this is in place. And in order to implement all this, and in order these applications add value, the staff of the company should express their goodwill to changes throughout the whole company. And we're going to digitalize all the construction documentation, and all the masters, all the supervisors sometimes say that we have a dual format of documentation, because sometimes we have to fill in the papers manually. There are verification registers certifying the end of the work. But this year will be able to launch the pilot version of this, and as a taskmaster, I'll be able to provide everything, all the processes much quicker. We shall be able to look at all the risks and all the processes in the construction. That's all about our application. So on the whole, BI Group is is developing very rapidly, and they are targeted at the construction tech, and they're making a big stake for digitalization of the process of the interaction with the client. And what has been shown, that is online buying things is very interesting. Can you imagine that you can buy a flat online making 2 clicks? Previously we could buy only a bag for the phone, and now we can use our card to buy a flat. Only a year ago it was something unprecedented, but the company is developing in this respect, and this was launched just several months ago, and within a year or 2 it will be an everyday thing, and we'll not have to get used to it for a long period of time. Now I'd like to address everyone. I don't cease to reiterate that digitalization is a bilateral process. It is not enough that you just provide digital services. It is sufficient that the client, that the end client, be able to use all this in online format. And in fact, all of us are creating this digitalization. Sometimes I want to buy food or ticket to the cinema, and I can choose whether I can do it digitally or not. This is just a small step. It may be a small step for one person, but all in all, this is a big digitalization leap for the whole country. And I'd like to call upon everyone to use these digital services. They're available online, and other colleagues and partners, not in the construction industry, but everywhere. Thank you, Jürgen. I'd like to say that in our country we are developing startups very proactively, and we have a lot of good programs. And in BI Group, there are many startups that are being launched, especially in the construction branch, the PropTech, the so-called PropTech. And one of such startups is the project which is called Connected Home. Probably all of us know what is a smart home. Sometimes you can monitor everything and monitor automatically. And today in our session we have Mr. Mukhtar Koneshbay-Olu, the director of Connected Home Company. Mukhtar, you are developing this project, and it is closely connected with the Internet of Things. What difficulties do you confront with? To what extent this approach is mature in Kazakhstan, and how many people do actually use it? Is there a demand for that? Good afternoon, dear participants of the forum. Thank you for this question. IT sphere has some difficulties and nuances, and many people in Kazakhstan deal with the automation of services, and IoT includes also the hardware solutions, the electronics, the hardware with which you have to deal with. You need to develop not only cloud and back-end, but you have to integrate it with other solutions, not to lag behind in the market. I agree with what you said about digitalization. Our philosophy is that we have to start this digitalization with ourselves in order to digitalize the houses and blocks where our families and relatives live. Please, can I show you the presentation and tell you about our project? Digitalization of the house in order to take care of your relatives and about your home is the philosophy, is our value. And now we live in such a world which contains a lot of information. We are aware of what is going on in another country and what people from different culture do. But many of us right now who are sitting here, for example, they do not know what is going on in their own home. They should be aware about the safety of their family. For example, have you forgotten to switch off your iron or something like that? So many points are to be automated, and this is our goal. And so that we could remotely switch on things, monitor things. The problem is that according to the statistical data of Kazakhstan, every year more than 2,000 cases of fire are registered, and there are many cases of water leakages and many thefts, more than 1,300 thefts over 2019. And alongside with safety, we focus on economy, on saving resources, and with the help of our solution, we can cut down on your costs. For example, pay less for electricity, water, hot and cold water. The focus of our project is the application iOS and Android, whereby we can show the measuring devices for water and other utilities so that everyone can know how much he'll have to pay within 2 weeks, for example, for water, electricity, and so on. And we can show the data for the previous year. For example, if you spent less for the same month last year, you can monitor why, or you can find out why you'll have to pay more. For example, you had guests at home or someone else. We can show pictures on video, for example, if someone is taking care of your children. As a nurse, we can open and close the window blinds. We can cope with the leakages of water. We can warn those companies who take care of your safety. For example, if the door is open, there will be a signal to the relevant services immediately. We spend a lot of time at our offices, and we spend less time in logistics and, for example, in your car, and in the car you have a climate control, but no one deals with the automation of processes at home, or at least a small amount of people. And we have some scenarios in our application. With one click, you can change the atmosphere in your home, or you can switch on the cinema function. The window blinds will be closed, and the cinema, and you'll see the film. And in the morning, the window blinds will open automatically, and so on. And alongside with the automation of our devices and the electronic facilities, household appliances, electronic appliances, we can also introduce some other services for housing and utilities. For example, you can subscribe to cleaning, and your house will be cleaned 3 or 4 times per month. Then electricity, sewage system, and so on. All the services will be provided if you subscribe. And our philosophy is that the person is evolving and lives tending to use less time to take care of home, for example, cleaning, cooking, and so on. And we are trying to make all these functions automatic so as people can devote more time to their family, to their development, and so on. As of this moment, we have sold already more than 850 apartments, and we have created 7 smart offices, then smart gates, smart barriers, which we implement in business centers, in big blocks of apartments. We are working for cities, Shymkent, Astana, and Almaty, and we have already launched our offices in Uzbekistan, in Tashkent, and soon they will be in Aktau and Atyrau. And in 2020, we are targeted at more than 10,000 apartments. On the whole, a smart house for our culture and for our mentality is something that we can see in the films. We relate it to someone else's culture, to the culture of different countries. But our goal is to make such smart houses accessible for our citizens so that they can connect to the websites, so that they can make an assemble of the smart home according to the instructions in the internet. Our products are sold through the portal, and my partner is going to tell about this after my presentation. So our goal is to make the smart house very accessible, so as people accept it as a Kazakhstani solution, so that everyone is aware of the necessity to take care of his family and relatives, and so that every house is equipped with such services. And so here is our team, very competent guys who had degrees from the best universities and who have worked for various foreign companies, hardware companies, and whatever companies. These people are very keen on working on these projects in order to digitalize our houses in Kazakhstan. In conclusion, so these are 3 our values that we focus on. This is safety. This is safety, economy, and comfort. And a smart house should be made available to every citizen within a year or 2, so that we know if our citizens are okay, if their welfare is high, if the parents are safe and sound and healthy. So these are the important aspects of our life that need digitalization, and we believe that implementing our mission will attain this. Thank you very much, Mukhtar. I think this is interesting.
You think that it's very unaffordable, not affordable for VIP people, but how affordable is it? Is it real to put it in every house right now? Yeah, it's realistic, Nariman. We have solutions for those who have done renovations. They think it's expensive. They think that's to install it, you need to do some kind of additional renovation, but it's not entirely true. Now it's affordable. In our sales departments, there are websites. You can leave your applications, and we will give you consultations. And yeah, there are solutions. You can install regardless of the conditions of the flat. Thank you very much. The next member participant, our session, Surenbet Iskakov, he's the head of Project Smart Repairs, Smart Remont. It's the digitalization of the renovation process. Surenbet, why did you decide to go into that direction with your startup? How successful is it? What kind of problems are you facing during realization of this project? Hello, Nariman. Hello, dear participants of the forum. I think that we have two reasons why we're doing that, why we decided to go with that, and I would like to talk about that with the help of my presentation. The first reason why we decided to do it, because it's a real problem, the problem that I think every person has faced in their lives, but some of them face it even several times, because renovation process is associated with the sad, with the most nerve-wracking, and as I read in one of the comments on social media, good team, construction team is like everyone heard of them, but no one has ever seen them. It's the same happens in life. It's not about the brigade, the team that does renovations. It also has to do with energy. You have to go to the construction markets, construction shops. You have to go back to your flat to control the work. You need to argue with the contractor, but it's not only the problems for those who are buying the flat. It's also relevant to those who build flats, developers. It's a not finished product. Imagine, for example, if somebody sold us a car the way we buy the flats, and then we would have to do the finishing parts for the cars, and someone would sell us cell phones without operational systems. But with flats, they're sold this way. Next slide, please. And we saw a solution to these problems in a way that that the full solution for the client, for the owner of the flat, it's a place where a person can go. He can choose its own layout of the flat and choose the format, the package that he likes, and then customize it according to his own preferences. It's the wall colors, floor colors, it's the look how it's going to look, the interior, the look at it from different viewpoints, look at the other rooms, you can look at them, you can try it, and then except for basic things you can add something else. So it's the full customization of the services. Apart from flat, you can buy some additional things that will be necessary in any case. It's the technology, appliances. Here we have the Samsung was interested itself and gave special prices for the people who are ordering that. And no renovation is possible without that. And so this is all together, and as a result, the person gets finished a flat, the flat that he imagined according to the price that he can afford. And previously, we would give our clients flats without any finishing, but now we have the opportunity to do it with the technology, with the appliances, with all the products, features. It's the product that you buy and where you can just go there and you can live, nothing else, and just enjoy his life. Next slide, please. We think that we've solved this problem, or we are on the way to do that. There is a second issue why we are interested in this project, why we've gone in that direction. We don't know anybody in the world or in the country who would be successful without technology in renovation. We know the best producers of cars, we know the best producers in the country. I don't think only few can name any companies that do renovations in the country. And even the technological giants aren't entering this market, maybe because it's pretty complicated, not very structured, and there are many participants. Speaking of players, it's parties, it's the brigades, material managers, and different other parties. It's the outside partners like banks that are ready to finance these operations. And speaking of internal parties, insurance, supervision, storage, and so on. And it's important to structure and to lay out all the roads. And that's why we're doing this project, which will allow us and other companies, other construction companies, to do in a big scale work, big scale renovations, to do them in a separate and different way. We are doing 100 innovations in 4 cities at the same time. Just wanted to show you some results. We have 2,500 renovations done. More than 1,200 are done now. We are expecting other ones to be finished. By 2021, we've grown 2.5 times. This year, we expect to grow by 4 times in volumes. And it's just the first years of our work. We're working in other cities in Tashkent, and we're working as a service, as a platform with companies in Moscow, in Russia. Next slide. And of course, our team, there would be nothing without a team with a very closely tied, neatly tied. We wouldn't have been done without it. We had 4 people, 4 founders in the beginning. We started in 2018. We did everything by ourselves. The renovation, we would drive the materials. We've gone through that, to all that. But we have 180 people right now. We're working in 5 cities. We're doing different types of renovations, and we are working to make sure that our project is better, that it's more comprehensive, more complete. That's it for me. Thank you very much. Sirmbet, thank you very much. I would like to ask you a question. So on one hand, you have smart. On the other hand, you have repairs, renovation. So are you a renovation company in the construction industry or an IT company? It's a very tricky question, Nariman. Many people don't understand us. They ask us whether we are a renovation company or IT company. It's a question that we face very often. We cannot tell you a definitive answer because our team is divided into different divisions. Some people do IT, some people do directly renovation, people who work in the field. But why we went in that direction, we don't want to be like marketplace, those who link people, act as a mediator. we want as an Amazon, based on Amazon's experience. We work vertically. We do logistics. We do warehouse, storage, all the process of distribution. We do that. We're trying to work with our contractors, and we are establishing the right processes there. If we don't do that, we won't be able to create a product that will allow us to do renovations in a structured and a comprehensive way, and give the finished product to the owners. So, answering to your question, we are a mix, but we are focusing on scaling on IT technologies right now. Thanks very much. I think it's a very interesting case. All of us, they faced different kind of renovation after buying the flat. I think everyone's gone through this difficult process, searching materials, searching a construction group, construction brigade. So digitalization will be key. Thank you, Sir Mbit. Next question to Nikolai Babeshkin, General Director of Kolesa Group. Everybody who is here or who are in this hall or online, they've been on Krysha KZ. They look for real estate, they sell it, buy it. So, Nikolai, how Corona has impacted the visits on the website, what has changed and what has to be done to make sure that this demand is built online, or maybe demand is already high there. Hello, dear colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this forum. The previous speaker brought up a very complicated topic. It's a very complicated business, and I admire that you can work at that scale. This year, I think every business, they have tested themselves. And this is a period where we were at home for a month or a month and a half. We had high uncertainty that traffic has decreased by 60% because people were not sure what's going to happen tomorrow and whether they would have money, job. There was a period of uncertainty. But as the time has shown us, all the bad things are forgotten quickly. And in the summer, we saw a growth. And January this year versus last year, if we look at that number, everything was good. Nobody was thinking about the viruses. The Krysha has grown by 60-80%. We see a spike in the daily visits. Month versus month, we've grown to 4 million users a month. Daily users are 500,000 users. This speaks of the higher frequency of visits to the website. The people have now a different attitude towards real estate. I cannot talk about the digitalization of all sector because there are some people who are more competent. I can speak about the decision solutions when the person is looking for a flat, when he finds it, when he buys it. If I can talk about the trends, and I'll try to answer some questions regarding what needs to be done to increase the number of people who are buying stuff online. Very interesting. We are studying those trends globally. We do the research. We are, as a product who work in this sector, we need to keep track of all the trends. For the past year, we've seen a boom in the marketplace of rents, where the person can find a real estate and can rent it. It can be explained that people work in big corporations, they got away from their places. People are now working remotely, so this migration plays as part of migration. And people in Almaty, some people wanted to buy summer house, but they couldn't, so they decided to rent it. So we have a huge spike in the rent market. Then it's virtual tour ProTech. This has to do with a comfortable, very convenient way of living. It's a virtual tours, 3D tours from the agents. When the agent, for example, says, I'm entering the flat, this is done online. Different classifieds have done that. We're also doing that. But there's still some disappointment. When you're shooting, you're showing, and the person comes to the place, there's some disappointments. Then there is mortgage. This can be explained. We have in the world more available money, and we have the decrease in the rates and the decrease of financing. Now all products related to mortgage, we've seen growth in those. Hybrid brokerage. I think it's a very interesting project. When classified or a platform, it executes its function, and the full cycle helps in sales of the real estate. And the very interesting model that we have been following for the last 3 years, iBuying model, it's when the whole real estate is bought and then it's sold. For a simple user, they think it's logical. I will buy it low and sell it high. But the companies publish reports. Some reports are public. The more we watch those numbers, it's very complicated business for Kazakhstan. There are some 3 complications. First, it's very demanding for human resources. If you buy the apartment, the risk of mistake is really high. Then the low margin, very average. You can maybe get to a good margin, but people tend to make mistakes when they buy. So it affects the margin. Any mistake, if you sold it low, it will affect your margin. The margin needs a lot of funding. If we calculate, if you count it, if you buy 300 apartments, you need to get to a good margin. So funding, there are some complications regarding that in Kazakhstan. And in these models, the sales of credit products, colleagues are saying that everything's moving towards ProcTage. There are many company startups that are using artificial intelligence. Some are adding blockchain, some are adding virtual realities, some are changing the data. 3D is not surprising to anybody anymore. This all is growing very much. But all in all this technological chase, we need to remember one thing. As an IT company, we quickly find those things, we deploy them, and when we analyze what went wrong, and colleagues and us, we will fight to make sure that the person clicks the button to buy. We will be facing the same problems. If we can affect some technological things, some things we can't affect. Anyone who works online, he knows the term attribution. And when you assess how it's done, 90% of the companies, they look at the final actions. Someone came from Google. They say that they got some big data. And if you analyze it, what way was done by the consumer to assess the attributions. It will be the eighth touch of the customer with the brand, so it's like retargeting. So this way is pretty logical. So when you're selling online, I exclude 5% of investors who can, when they trust the company, they can just buy it. But for most, absolute most, the purchasing of real estate is when they do it once in a lifetime, and they take it very seriously. So before they decided to buy it, before he chose it, maybe months, a long way could go from during that. So you need to look how the person cooperate with your brand. It could be online, could be offline. And when you're building a sales funnel, and based on that way, based on the way that he didn't just go on your website, he just click on the website. He was maybe driving by the residential complex. He went in there. He maybe asked friends around. And there's no technology that could track that. Online, we can track that. He went from Croatia to Instagram, and within 2 weeks, that's how his way to buying started. But offline, it's hard to do it. Maybe it has to do through survey. It's very costly. So maybe your consumer was driving by residential complex. He saw some trash near residential complex. He says, it's cool, but I drive 30 minutes from the office and in the morning, and this will break the sales funnel, and you'll not even know about that. But this could be solved. What I'm getting at is that many understand that they think of sales as a office agreement, as an office operation, real estate operation. It's innovation, but it's not the disruption of the market. The opportunity to reassign the apartment is not a big problem. Excluding the 2020 when you couldn't go outside. But all technologies are available. There is electronic signature, so you can sign it online without any problems. But if there are two residential complexes, very good ones, and in one there will be availability of online sales, and there will be no children's playground, and in the second one there will be no online availability, and there will be playground. In the other one will win because maybe it has online availability. So people have now set their priorities on digitalization, but we need to understand that we're not selling the air. It's very important to keep in mind these important things. If you do any surveys, what stops person from buying online? And the answers are not inconvenient, don't know where to click. People are pretty smart. People can do that. It's very user-friendly. But they say about simple things. They say, are there permission to the construction? He's afraid that he will buy and something will not get this site. He doesn't understand that if you have a house, you have a permission, but for him it's not so obvious what kind of infrastructure he has nearby. The most important question, the most popular question is whether they have school. They don't care about parking because school is about 11 years and it changes your logistics, the way you travel. So it's very important. So many developers, they know whether it's going to be cold, what kind of walls do you have, what kind of design planning do you have. So I'm worried that I'm going to buy this flat for the next 20 years and it's going to be cold. And you have a flat, but you don't have a parking. It's a very important topic that we need to touch on. I think it would affect. We didn't do it on purpose, and it's the air of quality in the cities, in Nur Sultan and Almaty. We all know, but very few talk about that. And some people asked us about this. And on our site, on our map, we have the quality of air. And if we show it on average, our sales will drop maybe 2 times, because buying and invest in the apartment in the city where the quality of air is very bad, and it makes the top 10 worst cities in terms of air. Very few people will decide to do it, especially those who care about their health. So these external factors will definitely affect online, and this needs to be solved. We need to talk about this, and together, offline and online, all together will give us very interesting, cool experience in terms of buying and real estate. So that's about it. Nikolai, thank you very much. If I could give you one feedback, one remark, I agree that the schools are places, it's our environment, our police stations, it really affects the decision-making process. But if we organize it in the correct way, in the right way, online, I think person will be able to do it. I think there's a difference between when person buys new flat or used flat. When he buys the new flat, he doesn't see the flat. He doesn't know how it looks, the view from the window. He sees it, the agreement, and the pictures, how it's going to look. So online could help us do that. I'd like to join an analogy. For example, some phones like Apple, some popular Samsung, they can buy it online. They saw it online. They know what to expect from it. But some phones, which you don't know how they're going to act, you need to touch them in the office, like whether it's convenient for him, the interface, the clicks. Yeah, I think that's no one's going to buy something that they don't know. Yes, for example, if the apartment was an iPhone, the percentage would be higher of those who buy flats. Now people need to study what kind of iPhone, so to speak, it is. In January, we talked about the pension funds extracting. In January, they approved the rights, and people got their pension funds. They sent applications, those who had the necessary threshold. In a nutshell, because we don't have much time now, how did it affect the way people went on Krisha? Maybe you can give some insight on how it affected the price. I think half an hour ago, guys sent me some analytical data, and we saw some anomaly growth. Usually, January was the month when Kolesa Krisha was growing, because new year, new life. There is a psychological insight that I will move to a new apartment or buy a new car in the new year. So we put that into trends, except that there's some anomalic growth.
It is interesting that not only who buy, but also who sell, and we associated with the fact that many people tend to buy a better flat. They have a flat, but they want a better one. This is the information we could trace on this application, Колеса, and there is an increase of number of people selling motor cars. They are aware that they collect a certain sum of money and they would be able to buy a motor car. Yes, this information we can trace and we can feel it, we can see it from our experience. All these things affect the demand. As to the movable property, we could compare this information between selling and buying. And as far as the prices are concerned, you asked about prices. Unfortunately, we see that the prices are growing by and by. That's all right. And Nikolai, thank you for this answer. I'd like to thank all the participants of this session for their time, for coming and participating. All of you are busy people, and it was a very interesting conversation, and there was a lot of information for both online and offline participants. Such a session would be useful for all of us. I mean, this format of online, offline, and it will be of interest to all those who are engaged in the construction sector. And we believe that this is not the last time that we'll meet in such format. I'd like to express my thanks to everyone who were with us online and offline. This is the end of this session. Thank you.
Телеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. На возросший уровень потребления телекоммуникационных услуг мы ответили оперативным увеличением пропускной способности каналов связи на 30%, чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться, чтобы ваш бизнес продолжался. Сервисы связи для бизнеса доступны на сайте ismet.kz. Подключайтесь онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG.
Нет. В смысле, этот рожок покрутить. Нет, наоборот.
ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Пользовались услугами ЦОНов в этом году? Мы сделали это возможным. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
BI Group – строительный холдинг, который совершает переход от ведущего казахстанского девелопера к крупнейшей констракшн-тек-компании в Центральной Азии. Инновационное подразделение BI Innovations ежедневно создает и улучшает цифровые инструменты для проектирования, строительства и сервисного обслуживания жилых комплексов. В компании были разработаны такие приложения, как BI Clients, BI Service, Opera Build и другие. Мы используем не только стандартные IT-инструменты, но и передовые технологии больших данных, позволяющие создавать прорывные продукты, например, Opera Build. Цифровая стройка — не единственный приоритет компании. Самое важное — комфорт наших жильцов. Для этого разработано приложение Big App, где для клиентов представлен широкий спектр услуг, от заказа еды на дом до возможности оставить заявку на ремонт. Все они обрабатываются в сервисном центре. Для эффективного решения задач мы сотрудничаем с другими компаниями. Это возможно благодаря специальному порталу.
Город — это огромный и сложно устроенный организм. Дом для тысяч, десятков тысяч и даже десятков миллионов человек. Города притягивают своим комфортом и поражают своей сложностью. Жизнь успешного города — это правильная работа невероятно большого числа процессов, которые мы привыкли не замечать. Сотни коммуникационных систем, тысячи инженерных решений, миллионы операций ежесекундно позволяют горожанам жить, смеяться, трудиться, любить и создавать. Величие человеческой мысли поражает. Город подобен человеку. Стоит лишь одному органу выйти из строя, и весь организм работает неправильно. Было бы здорово, если бы все важные для жизни города системы были под контролем и работали исправно. Парадоксально, но чтобы чудеса человеческой мысли работали исправно, нам нужно исключить человеческий фактор. Для этого нужно довериться технологиям, умным технологиям, которые мы назвали. Smart City — концепция умного города, активно продвигаемая компанией Казахтелеком. Это набор умных технологичных систем для комфортной и удобной жизни горожан. С помощью умных технологий процесс управления городом станет простым и более эффективным. Ведь многие вопросы Smart City сможет решать без человеческого присутствия. Так, например, технологии умного города умеют самостоятельно управлять светофорами, чтобы снизить трафик дорожного движения в час пик, включать и выключать уличные фонари в темное время суток, автоматически выявлять преступления на улицах с помощью системы интеллектуального видеонаблюдения, информировать горожан об уровне загрязнения воздуха, дистанционно собирать информацию со счетчиков коммунальных услуг, анализировать информацию и выявлять причины энергопотерь. Почему важно задуматься о внедрении умных технологий уже сегодня?
Вице-министр национальной экономики Казахстана заявил, что сейчас в нашей стране более 10,5 миллионов граждан проживает в городах. Это 58,2% населения страны. Ожидается, что в течение следующих 5 лет уровень урбанизации в Казахстане увеличится до 62%. Это значит, что в ближайшее время города Казахстана будут испытывать все больше и больше нагрузки на инфраструктуру. Перед акиматами городов возникнут новые вызовы. Уже сегодня назревает необходимость разработки экологичного и энергоэффективного способа организации жизни в городах. Современные технологии и возможность оцифровки информации дают нам инструмент, способный решить целый комплекс городских потребностей. Технология «Безопасный город» следит за порядком с помощью умных видеокамер, которые способны выявлять потенциальные правонарушения еще до того, как они состоятся. Так, например, умное видеонаблюдение способно распознать изображение оружия и мгновенно оповестить об этом службы безопасности. Умная ЖКХ собирает данные со счетчиков газа, вода и электроснабжения автоматически в разрезе города, района, улицы и квартиры и отправляет их в центр обработки данных. Специальные датчики помогут точно определить, на каком из участков происходят потери, и устранить их. Экологический мониторинг автоматически собирает данные для анализа содержания в воздухе, угарного газа, диоксида серы, оксида азота, бензола и других вредных примесей. Система делает анализ, строит прогнозы и делает оповещения, которые помогают жителям принять меры, чтобы снизить негативное влияние газов на организм. С Здравоохранение умного города предполагает создание единой базы данных и программного обеспечения, где каждый горожанин имеет возможность пользоваться медицинскими услугами онлайн. Система дорожного движения помогает фиксировать правонарушения, мониторить транспортные потоки и распределять их самым разумным образом с помощью автоматического управления светофорами. Таким образом, дороги в час пик разгружаются быстро и эффективно. Система управления парковками мониторит и оповещает автовладельцев, где находятся свободные места, и контролирует оплату. Система «Умное образование» создает условия для более мобильных коммуникаций в школах и вузах. Система основывается на управляемом доступе для учителей и учащихся к данным образовательной программы, электронный журнал и дневник, СМС-уведомления о важных событиях, электронная библиотека и онлайн-обучение. Вся эта информация стекается в единый центр обмена данными – СОД. Фактически в ваших руках будет инструмент для управления всей городской инфраструктурой. В любое время вам будет доступна любая актуальная информация. Весь город у вас на ладони. Насколько эффективна система умного города? Давайте посмотрим на данные статистики стран, которые уже внедрили умные технологии. Снижение транспортных заторов на 25% и более, повышение эффективности использования общественного транспорта и удовлетворенность пассажиров на 12-40%, снижение потерь в сфере ЖКХ до 80%, снижение затрат на освещение города на 50-75%, повышение энергоэффективности города в целом на 9-25%, значительное снижение уровня правонарушений, повышение привлекательности города для жителей, предпринимателей и туристов. Как осуществить умные технологии на практике? Для этого необходим огромный инфраструктурный ресурс. АО «Казахтелеком» — единственный оператор в Казахстане, который имеет все необходимые элементы инфраструктуры для реализации проекта Smart City во всех городах Казахстана. Уже сегодня по всей стране мы протянули более 26 тысяч километров волоконно-оптических линий, установили 400 базовых станций энергоэффективной сети интернет LoRaWAN, в том числе в каждом областном центре, покрыли 3/4 территории страны высокоскоростной мобильной связью формата LTE, установили 17 центров обработки информации в каждом крупном городе Казахстана и оснастили в них 22 тысячи единиц оборудования. Мы установили 257 точек Wi-Fi и 35 тысяч камер уличного наблюдения по всему Казахстану. Мы хотим сделать Казахстан развитым и технологичным. Мы стремимся к повсеместному внедрению технологий высокого класса по всей стране, чтобы жизнь казахстанцев стала удобнее, приятнее и счастливее. Мы уже подготовили благодатную почву для роста умных городов по всей стране. Мы хотим, чтобы сегодня был заложен фундамент для еще одного умного города. Вы за?
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Управляли бизнесом из дома. Мы сделали это возможным, организовав специальную программу поддержки МСБ. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Казахтелеком представляет платформу видеонаблюдения для крупного корпоративного бизнеса. Это надежный, удобный и оперативный способ контроля за бизнес-процессами и их безопасностью. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком — наша техническая база с наивысшими параметрами безопасности. Со скоростью света видеоданные передаются и сохраняются на сверхзащищенных серверах Казахтелеком. Видео с ваших камер не потеряются и не удалятся. И вы будете иметь к ним доступ в любое время. Как видите, мы учли самое важное — скорость, доступ и сохранность. С платформой видеонаблюдения вы можете наблюдать за объектом в режиме реального времени, в любом месте, даже со смартфона. Это удобно. Более того, вы можете скачать любой интересующий вас фрагмент из архива, длительность хранения которого вы определяете сами в пределах 30 дней. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком. Одно решение многих вопросов. Оставьте заявку на подключение услуги платформы видеонаблюдения на telecom.kz.
You focus on providing the right tools for your people. So do we. Lenovo will help you transition to a more agile and efficient organization with remote management and deployment solutions, predictive analytics, as-a-service solutions, and 24/7 premier support. Smarter technology is an investment in your company's greatest asset, you.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Чтобы вы подключали услуги связи, не выходя из дома, мы разместили их на ismet.kz. Чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться. Чтобы бизнес продолжался. ismet.kz. Подключайте услуги связи онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Keep your team productive with Lenovo's end-to-end services, software, and the #1 business laptop of all time, no matter where they work. ThinkPad, running Windows 10 Pro for business.
Телеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. На возросший уровень потребления телекоммуникационных услуг мы ответили оперативным увеличением пропускной способности каналов связи на 30%, чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться, чтобы ваш бизнес продолжался. Сервисы связи для бизнеса доступны на сайте ismet.kz. Подключайтесь онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Пользовались услугами ЦОНов в этом году? Мы сделали это возможным. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
BI Group – строительный холдинг, который совершает переход от ведущего казахстанского девелопера к крупнейшей констракшн-тек-компании в Центральной Азии. Инновационное подразделение BI Innovations ежедневно создает и улучшает цифровые инструменты для проектирования, строительства и сервисного обслуживания жилых комплексов. Компанией были разработаны такие приложения, как BI Clients, BI Service, Opera Build и другие. Мы используем не только стандартные IT-инструменты, но и передовые технологии больших данных, позволяющие создавать прорывные продукты, например, Opera Build. Цифровая стройка – не единственный приоритет компании. Самое важное – комфорт наших жильцов. Для этого разработано приложение Big App, где для клиентов представлен широкий спектр услуг – от заказа еды на дом до возможности оставить заявку на ремонт. Все они обрабатываются в сервисном центре. Для эффективного решения задач мы сотрудничаем с другими компаниями. Это возможно благодаря специальному порталу.
Город — это огромный и сложно устроенный организм. Дом для тысяч, десятков тысяч и даже десятков миллионов человек. Города притягивают своим комфортом и поражают своей сложностью. Жизнь успешного города — это правильная работа невероятно большого числа процессов, которые мы привыкли не замечать. Сотни коммуникационных систем, тысячи инженерных решений, миллионы операций ежесекундно позволяют горожанам жить, смеяться, трудиться, любить и создавать. Величие человеческой мысли поражает. Город подобен человеку. Стоит лишь одному органу выйти из строя, и весь организм работает неправильно. Было бы здорово, если бы все важные для жизни города системы были под контролем и работали исправно. Парадоксально, но чтобы чудеса человеческой мысли работали исправно, нам нужно исключить человеческий фактор. Для этого нужно довериться технологиям, умным технологиям, которые мы назвали. Smart City – концепция умного города, активно продвигаемая компанией Казахтелеком. Это набор умных технологичных систем для комфортной и удобной жизни горожан. С помощью умных технологий процесс управления городом станет простым и более эффективным. Ведь многие вопросы Smart City сможет решать без человеческого присутствия. Так, например, технологии умного города умеют самостоятельно управлять светофорами, чтобы снизить трафик дорожного движения в час пик, включать и выключать уличные фонари в темное время суток, автоматически выявлять преступления на улицах с помощью системы интеллектуального видеонаблюдения, информировать горожан об уровне загрязнения воздуха, дистанционно собирать информацию со счетчиков коммунальных услуг, анализировать информацию и выявлять причины энергопотерь. Почему важно задуматься о внедрении умных технологий уже сегодня?
Вице-министр национальной экономики Казахстана заявил, что сейчас в нашей стране более 10,5 миллионов граждан проживает в городах. Это 58,2% населения страны. Ожидается, что в течение следующих 5 лет уровень урбанизации в Казахстане увеличится до 62%. Это значит, что в ближайшее время города Казахстана будут испытывать все больше и больше нагрузки на инфраструктуру. Перед акиматами городов возникнут новые вызовы. Уже сегодня назревает необходимость разработки экологичного и энергоэффективного способа организации жизни в городах. Современные технологии и возможность оцифровки информации дают нам инструмент, способный решить целый комплекс городских потребностей. Технология «Безопасный город» следит за порядком с помощью умных видеокамер, которые способны выявлять потенциальные правонарушения еще до того, как они состоятся. Так, например, умное видеонаблюдение способно распознать изображение оружия и мгновенно оповестить об этом службы безопасности. Умная ЖКХ собирает данные со счетчиков газа, вода и электроснабжения автоматически в разрезе города, района, улицы и квартиры и отправляет их в центр обработки данных. Специальные датчики помогут точно определить, на каком из участков происходят потери, и устранить их. Экологический мониторинг автоматически собирает данные для анализа содержания в воздухе, угарного газа, диоксида серы, оксида азота, бензола и других вредных примесей. Система делает анализ, строит прогнозы и делает оповещения, которые помогают жителям принять меры, чтобы снизить негативное влияние газов на организм. Здравоохранение умного города предполагает создание единой базы данных и программного обеспечения, где каждый горожанин имеет возможность пользоваться медицинскими услугами онлайн. Система дорожного движения помогает фиксировать правонарушения, мониторить транспортные потоки и распределять их самым разумным образом с помощью автоматического управления светофорами. Таким образом, дороги в час пик разгружаются быстро и эффективно. Система управления парковками мониторит и оповещает автовладельцев, где находятся свободные места, и контролирует оплату. Система «Умное образование» создает условия для более мобильных коммуникаций в школах и вузах. Система основывается на управляемом доступе для учителей и учащихся к данным образовательной программы, электронный журнал и дневник, СМС-уведомления о важных событиях, электронная библиотека и онлайн-обучение. Вся эта информация стекается в единый центр обмена данными – ЦОД. Фактически в ваших руках будет инструмент для управления всей городской инфраструктурой. В любое время вам будет доступна любая актуальная информация. Весь город у вас на ладони. Насколько эффективна система умного города? Давайте посмотрим на данные статистики стран, которые уже внедрили умные технологии. Снижение транспортных заторов на 25% и более, повышение эффективности использования общественного транспорта и удовлетворенность пассажиров на 12-40%, снижение потерь в сфере ЖКХ до 80%, снижение затрат на освещение города на 50-75%, повышение энергоэффективности города в целом на 9-25%, значительное снижение уровня правонарушений, повышение привлекательности города для жителей, предпринимателей и туристов. Как осуществить умные технологии на практике? Для этого необходим огромный инфраструктурный ресурс. АО «Казахтелеком» — единственный оператор в Казахстане, который имеет все необходимые элементы инфраструктуры для реализации проекта Smart City во всех городах Казахстана. Уже сегодня по всей стране мы протянули более 26 тысяч километров волоконно-оптических линий, установили 400 базовых станций энергоэффективной сети интернет LoRaWAN, в том числе в каждом областном центре, покрыли 3/4 территории страны высокоскоростной мобильной связью формата LTE, установили 17 центров обработки информации в каждом крупном городе Казахстана и оснастили в них 22 тысячи единиц оборудования. Мы установили 257 точек Wi-Fi и 35 тысяч камер уличного наблюдения по всему Казахстану. Мы хотим сделать Казахстан развитым и технологичным. Мы стремимся к повсеместному внедрению технологий высокого класса по всей стране, чтобы жизнь казахстанцев стала удобнее, приятнее и счастливее. Мы уже подготовили благодатную почву для роста умных городов по всей стране. Мы хотим, чтобы сегодня был заложен фундамент для еще одного умного города. Вы за?
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Управляли бизнесом из дома. Мы сделали это возможным, организовав специальную программу поддержки МСБ. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Казахтелеком представляет платформу видеонаблюдения для крупного корпоративного бизнеса. Это надежный, удобный и оперативный способ контроля за бизнес-процессами и их безопасностью. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком – наша техническая база с наивысшими параметрами безопасности. Со скоростью света видеоданные передаются и сохраняются на сверхзащищенных серверах Казахтелеком. Видео с ваших камер не потеряются и не удалятся. И вы будете иметь к ним доступ в любое время. Как видите, мы учли самое важное – скорость, доступ и сохранность. С платформой видеонаблюдения вы можете наблюдать за объектом в режиме реального времени в любом месте, даже со смартфона. Это удобно. Более того, вы можете скачать любой интересующий вас фрагмент из архива, длительность хранения которого вы определяете сами в пределах 30 дней. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком. Одно решение многих вопросов. Оставьте заявку на подключение услуги платформы видеонаблюдения на telecom.kz.
You focus on providing the right tools for your people. So do we. Lenovo will help you transition to a more agile and efficient organization with remote management and deployment solutions, predictive analytics, as-a-service solutions, and 24/7 premier support. Smarter technology is an investment in your company's greatest asset, you.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Чтобы вы подключали услуги связи, не выходя из дома, мы разместили их на ismet.kz. Чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться. Чтобы бизнес продолжался. ismet.kz. Подключайте услуги связи онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Keep your team productive with Lenovo's end-to-end services, software, and the #1 business laptop of all time, no matter where they work. ThinkPad, running Windows 10 Pro for business.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. На возросший уровень потребления телекоммуникационных услуг мы ответили оперативным увеличением пропускной способности каналов связи на 30%, чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться, чтобы ваш бизнес продолжался. Сервисы связи для бизнеса доступны на сайте ismet.kz. Подключайтесь онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Пользовались услугами ЦОНов в этом году? Мы сделали это возможным. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
BI Group – строительный холдинг, который совершает переход от ведущего казахстанского девелопера к крупнейшей констракшн-тек-компании в Центральной Азии. Инновационное подразделение BI Innovations ежедневно создает и улучшает цифровые инструменты для проектирования, строительства и сервисного обслуживания жилых комплексов. В компании были разработаны такие приложения, как BI Clients, BI Service, Opera Build и другие. Мы используем не только стандартные IT-инструменты, но и передовые технологии больших данных, позволяющие создавать прорывные продукты, например, Opera Build. Цифровая стройка – не единственный приоритет компании. Самое важное – комфорт наших жильцов. Для этого разработано приложение Big App, где для клиентов представлен широкий спектр услуг – от заказа еды на дом до возможности оставить заявку на ремонт. Все они обрабатываются в сервисном центре. Для эффективного решения задач мы сотрудничаем с другими компаниями. Это возможно благодаря специальному порталу.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги. С некоторой задержкой, на самом деле задержка связана с...
There is a delay because today we have a lot of events here, alongside with this wonderful forum which is held in Almaty annually. Now we have a Eurasian Intergovernmental Council, and so the program is quite large and the agenda is very heavy, and many participants travel in between two hotels. I'm bringing my apologies. I propose that we start. In fact, we are going to discuss a very important issue. I'd like to tell you a little bit of history. The Eurasian Economic Union has approved the project of the strategy, and in this strategy we have a whole block devoted to digitalization, and within the framework of what is mentioned therein, there is an important point which we deem it is necessary to discuss right now and start to work on it now. This is the issue of the turnover of data. Many decisions, the technological digitalized solutions are being developed rapidly on the one hand, but they are implemented in economy in a very fast manner, and the regulatory part is sometimes delaying. It is delayed, and if we do not clear understanding of how to work with personal data, so we are in a mess. And what do companies do in our countries? They start to look at those structures where these regulatory mechanisms exist. For example, in Europe, there is a mechanism protected personal data, and the programs we design imply the same mechanisms. So we're going to talk about the turnover of data, the circulation of data, and many speakers will present their views on this topic, and I'd like to present our guests who are going to tell us what is the situation. They're going to describe the situation in their relevant country and in what way we're going to operate within the Eurasian Economic Union. So there is a representative of Kazakhstan, Mr. Yulibay, the Vice Minister of Digital Development and Innovations in Airspace Industry of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The next guest is from the Republic of Armenia, Mr. Akop Arshakyan, the Minister of High-Tech Industry of the Republic of Armenia. Then there is a guest from Belarus, Mr. Konstantin Shulgan, the Minister of Informatization of the Republic of Belarus. And in Kyrgyzstan, there is a representative of Kyrgyzstan. There are big changes in that republic, and Mr. Mujeev Azamat Cholpanbekovich, who is here, he is in charge of the Center of Information and Digitalization. So the major topic is the turnover of data, and I would propose to tell you in brief what is the situation in each of our countries, what are the laws and legislation, including the turnover and protection of personal data, and what is the vision of how we can use or transform what we have within the framework of our Eurasian Union. And in line with this agenda, I'd like to I'm inviting Mr. Orasbek to describe the situation here in Kazakhstan. Thank you for this floor. There are not so many of us here, but I'll be using the mic. I must bring our apologies on behalf. I must bring the apologies on behalf of the minister, of our minister, because he's involved in the whole agenda, and he was willing to participate, but he couldn't, unfortunately. So I'm going to talk on his behalf, on behalf of the ministry. On the whole, the legal background is available in Kazakhstan. We have a law on personal data of the Republic of Kazakhstan. We have laws related to personal data and the circulation of data. The law on electronic documents and electronic signature, digital signature. But I'd like to tell you about 3 categories of data. This is commercial data. From the point of view of the regulator, we should not regulate commercial structures very much, both within the countries and inside and in the country. So we are talking about the digital and electronic interaction, which does not touch upon personal data. The second category is personal data that are available in all the information systems. And in this respect, we have a very clear-cut approach. The personal data should be kept in the territory of the Republic of Kazakhstan. This is something important, and now we are working with our internal companies and our foreign partners, and we need to mention here that we're not talking about personal data only. The hosting can be both in Kazakhstan and abroad, and the mirrors can be both here and there, but the personal data should be kept here. According to the law of the Republic of Kazakhstan, the citizens have the right to react or to be aware of the use of their personal data. They should have the right to withdraw them. And within the framework of our legislation, we should have counteragents here, and this is in the interest of our data. As far as the circulation of data within the framework of the Eurasian Economic Union, we should not make a division between the blocks of data between countries and inside the countries. There should be a certain circulation of personal data in a non-personalized mode, for example, for the purposes of analysis. And there should be an exchange of data between companies, between commercial companies. And as far as real personal data transfer, this is a more difficult issue because we believe that the citizen of our country should be aware that his data go to another country or to the third persons. He should give an informed consent. And now we are focused on the hearing state and a human-centric state, and we should protect the interests of our citizens. And I believe you have the same approaches in your country. And the third category of the data is the state data, or national data. And national data should be kept in the Republic, only in the Republic of Kazakhstan, and should be processed from the point of view of categories. They should be categorized, classified, and they should be trimmed to various platforms. They should be tailored to various platforms. And we should mention here that the exchange of data between the countries is something that is really existing. And within the framework of the Eurasian Union, we are working on it. We have implemented 10 processes in Kazakhstan. Today we were raising the issue of documents for the transportation vehicles. In fact, we have implemented these processes and it is integrated with the administrator of the system. So Kazakhstan is totally ready to transfer this kind of national data in line with the legislation and regulations within the Eurasian Economic Union. So the position is quite open and transparent, and we are ready for further collaboration and the ability to implement this strategy. Thank you. I'd like to make a comment. We are talking about data, and you know that as far as personal data is concerned, there is a common understanding in the European Union, and in December they passed a Digital Act describing how to work with digital platforms. And if we look at that legislation, there is an exterritorial coverage, and all the platforms that are to be developed, they should be oriented at the modes and regulations of the European Union. They have a mechanism for regulating data and transfer from digital platforms. So it is clear that the data are split into categories, but we should be aware of subcategories as well. Thank you. And accordingly, I'd like to ask the Minister of High-Tech Technologies, Mr. Arshakian. He's connected online to us. We want him to tell us about the situation in Armenia, what they are doing with the transfer of data, what are the major points of rules of working with data. Can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you very much for the organization of this discussion. And I believe that this is one of the most important topics as far as the digitalization and the regulation of the operations of digital platforms is concerned, especially within the framework of our union. In Armenia, just as in all other countries, there are modes of regulation and transfer of personal data at the national level and at the legislative level, and the Ministry of Justice has a role to play here. They have their own policy of data protection and the protection of data of the citizens of Armenia and the citizens of our countries. And the key role also is played by so what we are currently discussing is essential because all the kinds of the classes of data are important for us, and we need to regulate this issue between us. And the key role is, the key importance is how we prioritize the steps that are needed today in order to implement some projects within the framework of Eurasian Economic Union. And I'd like to appreciate the work of our colleagues who deal with all this, who deal with this process, and we'd like to appreciate personally your input. And I'd like to reiterate that 2 days ago, between Armenia, Belarus, and Russia, there was a mechanism was introduced with the help of which the citizens of 3 countries will be able to travel in between the countries using the application which testifies the status, the COVID status of every citizen. If the status is negative, the person can cross the border, and it is one of the good examples in as to how we can prioritize some tasks and implement them. And I believe that we are discussing a very important topic, and the Armenia is prepared to looking at various projects. We need to find out which projects are the priority ones and regulate our activities.
Проводится
A huge work is being done there in Armenia for transfer of data, and then in the next section we will discuss how we see the work in the union. Now I'd like to ask the next speaker. Konstantin Yuryevich, are you there? Hello, dear colleagues. I'd like to welcome you here, and I'm happy to see you. So, speaking of transfer of data, of information, I'm glad to hear that the approaches that we're taking in other countries, they correlate to our approaches. But I think right now the legislation is at the last stage. I think that this law is being developed based on the statements of the convention that was approved by Armenia and Russian Federation. And I think that our legislative act will harmonize with legislative acts that you have in your countries. And I think that undoubtedly it's very important at this current stage, because the informational flows for which we have the need. And now we think, what kind of rules, what kind of basis and foundation are we going to rely on within the Union, within the Commonwealth, in our countries? And the first important question, as in all problems, is the legal, organizational, technical issue, because technical issues a lot easier to do than legal ones. And many prime ministers have said that we need to act, not talk. And given that the approaches to personal data are very close, and within the Commonwealth, maybe we could come up with a legislative act. We could discuss that legislative act and then introduce it, because as a rule, international legislative acts have more power than country legislative acts. So it's like a regulatory sandbox if we need it, so that we could decide it in that way. But technically, I would like to support the positions of non-personalization of personal data to simplify the security safety of data. We have many ways to use these approaches. The question is about finding the foundation and then the projects based on which we could realize everything. Also, in most cases, we've known each other for many years, and using these circumstances, we need to work out a mobile platform for solving any problem. That's it for me. Thank you very much. Thanks for the last sentence, especially because in our heads we have this idea that we need to create an operational group that will solve all the issues and that we face. We see that there are a lot of things that are stopping us within the union, and so I'd like to make this suggestion. And you're right, in terms of non-personification of personal data, I think this gives us huge opportunities to create new products, to get to new markets. And I think if we talk about commercial data, industrial IoT, the data that come, it's a separate structure that needs to be regulated. In that regard, and given all that has been said, I'd like to ask the representative of Kyrgyz Republic just shortly give his take on the situation in Kyrgyzstan and what kind of vision he has and how can we work as a union. Alzamat, please. The question of personal data is very relevant in Kyrgyz Republic because the processing of data and the data that is collected by commercial organization, governmental organization, become very have high commercial significance. And as neighbors, we developed normative acts to regulate the transfer of that information, and we are developing an agency that will be working to defend those personal data. But we need to realize that there are problems, and on one hand, we want informational technologies and all the services to provide effective help, and at the same time, we want to stop our citizens from using illegally those personal data. It's the experience that on the one hand is being introduced in Europe. They're trying to maximally protect those data, and at the same time we have the experience from the Chinese Republic that is trying to use this personal data to secure themselves, to provide safe services to their citizens. I think we are still at the crossroads, and we need to decide on the right model that we will use. We put our interests of our citizens in terms of protection against illegal use as a priority, and some informational services should be providing safe services. And it's no secret that many IT corporations like Facebook, Google, they have more information about our citizens more than our countries. They have information about who we meet, who his relatives are, and what kind of correspondence he has. That's also the thing that we need to think about. How can we protect our citizens? How can we control the data that's been transferred to those big platforms? It's also a big question that it's hard to solve in Kyrgyzstan, but if we could raise this question as a Eurasian Union, maybe we could come to a solution. As for integrational process, we welcome that we're actively working with our foreign partners, foreign neighbors. How can we simplify some procedures, crossing the borders, transferring of cargo, of products, electronic passports. Application of electronic passports will decrease the movement of stolen items. It will be impossible to counterfeit any passport. I think the next step would be ability to check driving license electronically. There are some people who are employed in a foreign country, and if we could provide informational service that will tell whether he has a driving license, whether he has been stripped of that license, it will decrease the number of cases regarding the schemes and scams, and will improve the life of foreign immigrants. I think that the question of interaction of personal data could be looked at the international level and within the union. This is very relevant today, and all our countries, they have certain technological maturity to exchange that data, and I think that this direction has a lot of promise. That's it for me. Thank you very much. Let me tell you where this need came from, the need to work actively in that direction. Our hands are untied now. We can't do that. We're working on different initiatives, so-called digital initiatives. As part of 5 countries, we create a product, a platform, and one of the narrow places where we find ourselves hitting a dead end, where the country doesn't want to give us some information, or there is no regulations. And in every case, we need to look at how transferable this information is. So, for example, you gave the example of driving license, whether it's production data or state data. On the one hand, it's governmental database because you register the document in government, but maybe it's like the number of production. Commercial structures know that. You can look at the number. Maybe this grading is important because the products that are being created, they need to put into system. The question that I want to discuss now is what kind of data we can see as those that we don't touch, if we can name the category somehow, and what's in that area, we can work freely with that, but we need to decide on this. And similarly, if we take data, personal data, how can we depersonalize them? And the next thing is we need to understand how can we do this as part of the union. Why is it important? Because I know companies that develop the products. What are they doing? They are looking at GDPR, European. There are many rules, regulations. Why are they looking there? Because they know that the products are going to go to that market. The second is that if we take some platforms, as I said, there is a Digital Service Act, and the rules are very harsh, strict there. The data needs to be given to governmental agencies. Our producers also will be there. The first question is, how do you think we will build our interaction on security of personal data, and how we're going to divide between free data, some data that need to be depersonalized, and I'm not looking at the governmental data. It's a separate topic. So first I would like you to comment on that. Republic of Kazakhstan, Ashat, please. Yes, so in one way or another we try to touch on that. Before getting to the most important thing, I'd like to say that we're talking about the balance about the sovereignty and some interaction about the balance of the security of data and development of market. There should be a balance. Today we're trying to find that balance. That's why I wouldn't put focus on what Eurasian Union needs to do. We're analyzing it, we're studying it, but as part of Eurasian Economic Union, we need to find the right balance that we need to have. And there's one interesting element. I'm not saying about categories. Kazakhstan understands that we should not regulate some segments, subparts, should not interfere with it. As for personal data, my colleague from Kyrgyzstan raised a very important topic on the data, personal data that is stored with big international content providers, because neither we nor Kyrgyzstan nor Armenia or Belarus, maybe not even Russia, separately cannot solve this issue independently. And as the colleague said, I suggest that we shape an alliance with an Eurasian Union and then come to an agreement that will allow us to commit us for posting personal data on Eurasian Union. I think it's in our power. We'll have more than 200 million. I think it's an interesting market. We cannot ignore this market. This initiative from our side. As for other interactions, I think we'll find common language in terms of personal data. The question of harmonization is at the top, of course. Colleagues in Belarus are only adopting new law now. Maybe they should work with us. Maybe they should consult us also, because a few years ago we understood that we need to develop. Maybe that harmonization of legislative acts should be done simultaneously. And as part of Eurasian Union, you talked about the interaction platform, and it should exist where we can freely discuss things, and we can use all the takeaways from that platform in our countries, legislatively, technically. So basically, that's the two things that we could say that we could move in that direction. Harmonization of Legislation Act and the work on personal data. Thanks very much. I will say that what Konstantin Konstantinovich already suggested, I think Kazakhstan will definitely support that. I wanted to suggest this at the high level, to create our group. And if we do this the right way, there's personal data, digital services, but there's no complex as to regulate turnover of data. We don't have that right now, and we could talk about the frequency of our meetings and where we can put the main marks, the main indicators on how we need to move with regards to turnover of data. I would like to suggest that we create a group at the ministerial level. The first meeting, I would invite you, where we could talk and support and create a program and place, agree on the place and time, where we could set the main ideas, and then we could monitor this work within other countries. That's the idea. I hope that you can comment on that idea in parallel. And it's very important that if we combine all people in the Union, it will be more than 200 million. Armenia, it's 3 million. Kyrgyzstan, 6. But if it's 200 million, we have more power that way. I'll agree with that. Thanks very much. Konstantin Konstantinovich. Also, sorry, Akop, also the host is country, Kazakhstan. That's why. What do you think about the suggesting at the ministerial levels, creating the group in that direction? Thank you very much. I agree with our Kazakh colleague, and I support your suggestion to create a working group, but we need to understand how we're going to attract other parties of our countries that could be attracted to the personal data in our country. As in Kazakhstan, we have regulations at the legislative level, and Ministry of Justice is working on that. Our colleagues need to be engaged, and so that they could work as part of this working group. I support your position. I also hope that we can come to this result and how we can set the priorities, which projects should take the priority place, not to take one big project and move in that direction, but take some small projects that are important to make sure that we could regulate that at the legislative level in a short time. I'll agree with you.
Yes, in fact, I must agree that on the one hand, we are talking about common things, but sometimes it is difficult to come to a certain solution. But these are things that we need to discuss to come to a final decision altogether. And you are right that we need to attract our other relevant agencies from different countries. And we start from the structures who are responsible for this. So these structures should make the major focuses. At a later stage, we shall create working teams, working groups who are going to process all this. Now it is important to mention or to develop the whole idea and the main directions. If you support this, in general, we'll prepare the relevant documents and discuss them at a later stage. So, Konstantin Konstantinovich, the same question to you about the data and on the proposal to create the working group. We understand that in a pandemic situation it would be difficult to come together, but nevertheless, it is good to hear from people who are involved in digitalizations. In fact, there is more pleasure to shake hands with people, and personal communication is much more pleasant. But unfortunately, because of the pandemic situation, we have to communicate and discuss things without being present in one room. And coming back to the conversation about personal data, of course, it is important that we can solve this issue, this problem in different ways, but taking in account all that experience that is accumulated by the countries of the Union, we should say that the working group should be stressed. It will be the tool that hasn't been used yet. Very often we try to solve some issues through communication, through correspondence at the official events, but the discussion, the personal discussion between people, thank God if it happens at a certain time in future, this is a tool and very effective tool that should be appreciated and used. And talking about the decision or the solution itself, we must understand that we need to develop the most effective way for that. Of course, we can look at some specific projects, and that would facilitate the whole thing. But on the whole, we want the working group to develop some trends or some major approaches. For example, this is not the first year that we are trying to launch the work within the framework of our integrated information system. But we confront with the fact that even with Russia, when we develop some tools for protection, we couldn't, at a later stage, we couldn't apply them at common resources. And here in this stage, we must decide that if we develop something together and if we decide on the quality of this, and so either this or we accept some other things very well developed technically. So there might be problems here. And besides, we should revise what we can propose for this solution. And then at a later stage, we accept it and develop common rules, conditions, and what hardware we use for the protection purposes. We can talk at length about all this, but I believe that we need to create this working group as soon as possible, involving specialists. I don't know if other national authorities would be interested. For example, I'm representing the authorized national body, but the entry point, so we are to act as an entry point, and that will facilitate the process. You must understand that the working group comprised of 30 people is not quite a working group, and the less people, the better. We are prepared to look at all these proposals. It is good that this issue has been raised. Time passes, and we need to accelerate. Thank you very much. I must add that we have a time frame. We have a deadline for the finalization of this agreement, and this is no easy issue. And this strategy has been approved by the countries, and we are prepared to be more proactive. And in the nearest future, we're going to organize a meeting. And at that meeting, we'll decide what focuses to make. And the whole process needs to be accelerated by the smaller working groups. And as far as data is concerned, and as the working group, of course, it is difficult to make any decisions right now. But I'd like you to convey this information to your relevant bodies, and we need people representing authorities who would be in position to discuss some specific tasks. Thank you very much. The colleague from Belarus have touched upon a very topical issue. So within the framework of the Union, we need to determine the approaches. For example, the protection, the technological protection of data is very topical now, and we need to be aware of what paradigm we use. Shall we use the channels of communication or the information itself? Because the approaches are different, and each of the approaches requires costs and investments. And if within the Union, the Eurasian Union, we develop a common approach, we shall be able to continue the integration processes that we have started. This pandemic has shown that the information exchanged is on the top of the agenda, and those approaches that were developed by the Eurasian Commission will be very workable. So we shall be organizing a very effective exchange of data. We shall communicate, and as far as the site is concerned, or the platform, this will be a very important platform within which we shall be able to develop conceptual approaches to implementing tasks. And recently I recollected that we looked at one of the scientific researches, and it is mentioned there that over the future 20 years, the digital sovereignty of countries would become more important than the actual sovereignty. So the digital independence is data that we possess. This is the essential element. And the platform that would be proposed could become a platform for discussing the issues of digital independence. In fact, when we talk about the Union, which comprises 200 million citizens and potential users, so in that case, we can negotiate with transnational corporations. Thank you very much, colleagues. Because we started late, we are pressed for time, and I'd like to thank the organizers now for organizing this wonderful event. I have never been in this. When I was not in this position, I would come to such meetings, and the environment is very favorable. Thank you for your opinions and comments. And so we will be trying to organize the next meeting in Moscow in order to organize a detailed discussion of the issues that we have covered today. Thank you for your moderation.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Greetings. How are you?
Very good. I've just been chatting with Vincenzo in a Teams meeting.
Oh, you look very dapper today with necktie and everything.
Hi, everyone. I went full tie.
You have a nice tie on.
Robert, can you hear me? I'm looking at my video. It seems to be a little bit of a pause there. I can hear you fine.
Можно сделать звук громче или это очень плохо слышно?
Let's have a look. Is my camera on? Robert?
Hi, Jonathan. No, your camera is not on yet. Now it is.
It's kind of flashing on and off, like mine is flashing on and off.
Actually, I can hear Max very well. And Robert, you're not so loud, I think.
Okay, let me see. I'll adjust the setup a little bit.
And there's a lot of background noise from me.
No, Max, you're totally fine.
No. I mean, I hear a lot of background noise.
Ah, okay.
I'll check my settings.
This is Cha. I hope my video and voice level or quality is okay.
Yes, Cha. Hello.
Okay, great.
We can hear you. We can see you.
Good evening, everyone.
I even put on a jacket for this evening, you know.
Thanks for this.
I refuse the tie, you know.
It's okay.
But I did get out of my pajamas and did put on a jacket.
Thanks.
So, Alec, what's my sound now? Is it a little better?
It's better now, yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, Jonathan?
Hi.
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, I'll try to, sorry, Oleg, I'll try to disconnect and reconnect because it's pretty bad for me. I don't know why.
Okay, Max.
How is everyone?
Robert, could you please confirm that you can see the video?
I can see the video.
Yeah, and now we will switch on the sound. Включите звук, пожалуйста.
Help us to build modern infrastructure and to get more from what we already have. Connecting the digital and physical makes infrastructure smart. Changes and new ideas are tested on digital twins to model the effects that they could have on the real world. Information gathered from buildings and...
Yeah, it's fairly faint, but I can hear it, yeah.
Okay.
On the launching of the video, Alec, my suggestion is that I would finish my introductory speech by introducing Max, but we begin Max's contribution with the video. So the video finishes and then Max begins to speak.
Okay. Understood. So we are showing just the first 2 minutes of the video, right?
Correct.
Okay. So do we have Vincenzo?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm
great,
here.
Great.
Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. We're good. A little bit tired, but good.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
This time I missed to come.
Yeah. Okay. So I think everything's good. I can see Andrew.
Hi, Vincenzo.
Hi. Good day. Good afternoon.
This is Andrew Beklamishev.
Okay. Nice to see.
Can you see me?
No, I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Okay. I thought you can see me. Okay, maybe they'll set it up.
Honored to meet you, Vincenzo. My name is Cha from Seoul, Korea.
Nice to meet you, Cha.
Yes. Where are you based, Vincenzo?
In this moment, I am in Miami, in Florida.
Wow.
I escaped from the cold. New York is very cold.
But your normal base is in New York?
In New York, yes.
I grew up in New York.
Where are you based? In Seoul or in...
Yes, now I'm in Seoul, but I grew up in New York.
Nice to meet you.
Yes. Nice to meet you too.
Hello, good to meet you, Vincenzo.
Nice to meet you. It's
Massimiliano, Max.
Massimiliano. Yes, I'm opening. I don't see all the videos. That's why I'm.
Hi everyone,
How are you,
this is Andrew speaking
Maximiliano?
again. Can you see me on the screen? Can you see the hall, the main hall?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
We can see you, Andrew.
Okay, great.
Definitely.
I just popped in to check, to make sure everything is set up. I am not participating in this panel because I have another panel that I'm moderating.
How about you, Maximiliano? Where are you based?
Based northwest of Milan, in the lake area.
Cuomo?
The next lake, Lago Maggiore.
Ah, very nice.
Yeah.
Extremely jealous of these warm places. It's rained in South Manchester for about 3 months now.
Well, it's rainy and miserable here. It's been like that for the past 2 days, so.
Yeah, but it's not minus 16 degrees.
Телеком города принял вызовы 2020-го. На возросший уровень потребления телекоммуникационных услуг мы ответили оперативным увеличением пропускной способности каналов связи на 30%, чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться, чтобы ваш бизнес продолжался. Сервисы связи для бизнеса доступны на сайте ismet.kz. Подключайтесь онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Пользовались услугами ЦОНов в этом году? Мы сделали это возможным. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
BI Group – строительный холдинг, который совершает переход от ведущего казахстанского девелопера к крупнейшей констракшн-тек-компании в Центральной Азии. Инновационное подразделение BI Innovations ежедневно создает и улучшает цифровые инструменты для проектирования, строительства и сервисного обслуживания жилых комплексов. В компании были разработаны такие приложения, как BI Clients, BI Service, Opera Build и другие. Мы используем не только стандартные IT-инструменты, но и передовые технологии больших данных, позволяющие создавать прорывные продукты, например, Opera Build. Цифровая стройка – не единственный приоритет компании. Самое важное – комфорт наших жильцов. Для этого разработано приложение Big App, где для клиентов представлен широкий спектр услуг – от заказа еды на дом до возможности оставить заявку на ремонт. Все они обрабатываются в сервисном центре. Для эффективного решения задач мы сотрудничаем с другими компаниями. Это возможно благодаря специальному порталу.
Город — это огромный и сложно устроенный организм. Дом для тысяч, десятков тысяч и даже десятков миллионов человек.
Города притягивают своим комфортом и поражают своей сложностью. Жизнь успешного города – это правильная работа невероятно большого числа процессов, которые мы привыкли не замечать. Сотни коммуникационных систем, тысячи инженерных решений, миллионы операций ежесекундно позволяют горожанам жить, смеяться, трудиться, любить и создавать. Величие человеческой мысли поражает. Город подобен человеку. Стоит лишь одному органу выйти из строя, и весь организм работает неправильно. Было бы здорово, если бы все важные для жизни города системы были под контролем и работали исправно. Парадоксально, но чтобы чудеса человеческой мысли работали исправно, нам нужно исключить человеческий фактор. Для этого нужно довериться технологиям, умным технологиям, которые мы назвали. Smart City – концепция умного города, активно продвигаемая компанией Казахтелеком. Это набор умных технологичных систем для комфортной и удобной жизни горожан. С помощью умных технологий процесс управления городом станет простым и более эффективным. Ведь многие вопросы Smart City сможет решать без человеческого присутствия. Так, например, технологии умного города умеют самостоятельно управлять светофорами, чтобы снизить трафик дорожного движения в час пик, включать и выключать уличные фонари в темное время суток, автоматически выявлять преступления на улицах с помощью системы интеллектуального видеонаблюдения, информировать горожан об уровне загрязнения воздуха, дистанционно собирать информацию со счетчиков коммунальных услуг, анализировать информацию и выявлять причины энерго.
Раз. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Introduction of Smart Technologies, Vice Minister of Economy. Раз, 2.
Я тоже сказала.
Страны. Ожидается, что в течение следующих 5 лет уровень урбанизации в Казахстане увеличится до 62%. Это значит, что в ближайшее время города Казахстана будут испытывать все больше и больше нагрузки на инфраструктуру. Перед акиматами городов возникнут новые вызовы. Уже сегодня назревает необходимость разработки экологичного и энергоэффективного способа организации жизни в городах.
So, colleagues.
Robert.
Okay.
Роберт, можете начинать.
Is attending in the hall or is connecting online, a warm welcome to this panel session on the topic of digital twins. Let me first introduce the panelists that we have with us today. We have Massimiliano Claps, who's the research director at IDC in Europe, responsible for IDC's government sector research. Vincenzo Acquero, chief of the digital government branch of the DPIDG DESA at the United Nations. Arman Abdrasilov, the CEO of Zerdi Holding. Botagoz Kasabek, my apologies there for the pronunciation of your name, CDO of Nur Sultan City. Jonathan Monkley, who is Digital Solutions Director at RSBG UK. Changa Cha, Chairman of the Reimagining Cities Foundation. And Kairat Alkmertov, who is the CTO of Sergek. In this session, we've assembled for you a group of experts who are going to be sharing their opinions and experiences on the applications of the digital twin concept in the public sector. What I'd like to do, first of all, is after an introduction from IDC, get the perspective on the digital twin concept from each of our panelists, given that I'm sure that there are a number of differing perspectives on this subject. The second section of our panel discussion, I'd like to organize a Q&A session with our panelists. So with that, I'd like to hand over to our first speaker, Massimiliano Claps. And I believe we have a small video segment first before Max gets into introducing the topic. Thank you.
Yep, exactly. Thank you, Robert. And let's play the brief video, and then we'll speak about digital twin.
Twins come in many forms: fraternal, identical. But what about digital? A digital twin is a realistic digital representation of something physical, such as a railway network or a whole city. These twins help us to build modern infrastructure and to get more from what we already have. Connecting the digital and physical makes infrastructure smart. Changes and new ideas are tested on digital twins to model the effects that they could have on the real world. Information gathered from buildings and infrastructure is used by digital twins to help them run more efficiently. Testing on the digital before the physical means we can take actions that save time, money, and minimize disruption to provide a better experience for everyone. £600 billion will be spent in the next decade on new infrastructure in the UK. Digital transformation is key to unlocking that value, so the old can communicate with the new. Enter the Centre for Digital Built Britain. CDBB's task is to make the future a reality and support the creation of a national digital twin. A national digital twin is a family of connected twins that can all speak to and understand each other via secure data sharing. CDBB has developed the Gemini Principles, a common set of values for sharing information built on core themes of purpose, trust, and function. The Gemini Principles allow data to be shared securely. These values reach beyond buildings and infrastructure and will support wider benefits for society. The benefits of a national digital twin will be enormous, worth almost £7 billion per year, improving day-to-day life, the economy, the business world, and the environment. Customers will enjoy lower utility bills. Better performing infrastructure will improve national productivity. Improvements to construction will reduce building times. Businesses will become more efficient as new markets and services will be created. Environmentally, we can all make better use of our resources through reduced usage and better recycling, moving us closer towards a circular economy. And
Thank you for the video. It's great to be here with all of you today. As Robert said, I'm part of the IDC team, been working with the public sector for about 20 years, advising cities, regions, countries, healthcare institutions. And it's a fascinating time to be discussing about these topics, right? As the video mentioned, the world is embracing large investments, is building larger and larger projects to cope with the growth of the population, to deal with climate change, to reimagine the economy after the COVID crisis that we're still experiencing. Just think our planet must accommodate the equivalent of 10,000 new cities by 2050, just to keep pace with the projected explosion of the population. And technology is part of the process, is part of the transformation. It needs to be embedded, right? We've been talking about urban digital transformation for quite some time and refer to it as smart cities, right? And I think there was some disappointment with some of the earlier promises, but now we're coming to an inflection point. We're coming to the point where we realize that all of the data that is being generated can be turned into information and relayed as insights to drive impact, to allow people to make smart decisions. And when you think of the physical infrastructure or physical objects like vehicle on a transportation network, the challenge that the people involved in designing and operating and maintaining that infrastructure are confronted with. So the architects, the engineers, the construction professionals, those that are responsible for the situational awareness of certain systems, are forced to work with 20, 30, 50, hundreds of different systems that don't speak to each other. And that results in disconnected information and silos of information that don't deliver the necessary insights. And the outcomes from a policy making and a business perspective are declines in productivities, delays in delivery of those projects, and a reduced yield of the overall investment in modernizing the infrastructure. And that's where the digital twin comes in, right? That's where digital twin takes center stage and allows to create a virtual replica of the building, the infrastructure, the train in the transportation ecosystem, and interconnect all of the data about that object and optimize the performance, help predict the outcomes, simulate different scenarios in the design phase. And the recent analysis that IDC has carried out show that there's a level of maturity that digital twins are reaching. They started in the manufacturing space, and it was all about creating a digital twin of factory operations. But now they're being adopted in the physical world, in planning and building cities, in rethinking communities at the regional level. And as you saw from the CDBB video, even creating digital twins of an entire country. And the current COVID pandemic has quite honestly accelerated the need to have this digital twin approach adopted and expanded and scaled, because it will better prepare us to deal with short-term shocks like public health emergencies, but also natural disaster. It will help visualize and correlate data and analyze that across multiple industries and scale at a all of economy level, right? And speaking of countries, there are currently 6 countries around the world that are thinking of a national digital twin program. The UK, as we mentioned earlier, but also in the United States, the American Institute of Architects, for example, is currently working on a national digital twin practice guideline to see how it can be applied more broadly and consistently. So it's both the private sector and the public sector that are coming together and are partnering and working to execute and take action on this concept of the digital twin in building new mega cities in Saudi Arabia, for instance, or in India, the city of Amravati in Andhra Pradesh, which claims to be the first ever greenfield city built with a digital twin. And overall, the point is really about making that impact, right? It's moving from the project and the design to the operation and bringing it all together into one system that helps better coordinate, manage, and optimize in, as I said, transportation infrastructure, in cities, in university campuses, in energy and utilities, and so forth and so on. So there's a lot of potential. It's the right time to be speaking about the digital twin, to bring in real estate, EPC contractors, architects, as well as technology provider to advance the agenda and to reach the next stage of the life cycle of digital twin. So that's in a nutshell what we're seeing. Robert, back to you and to our distinguished panelists.
Super, thank you very much indeed, Max. I hope after Max's introduction, you've all got a reasonably clear idea about what we're talking about here when we're talking about digital twins. It's a fairly abstract concept. I'd now like to turn to Vincenzo Acquero. I guess the United Nations probably thinks biggest of any organization out there. Perhaps, Vincenzo, you could share your perspective on digital twin in the public sector.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, the organizers. Yes, as you said, this is a very new concept. It's more about the fundamental for digital transformation. But let me give you my perspective that is more about the big picture as working as United Nations. As you know, we at United Nations often connect the countries with comparable and similar experiences to offer better and more focused technical assistance. And what I see that is very in line with the digital twins is that behind the ranking based on our United Nations e-government survey, and as you know, we have this United Nations e-government development index, AGDI, and we rank and we rate countries and based on their digital maturity, and we look at digital transformation. For the first time in 2020, we supplemented our traditional global ranking on e-government development with this new concept of rating classes to gain better insight into country with similar level of performance in each of the AGDI ranking groups. Means that that countries that has the same rating, somehow they have the same level or comparable level of infrastructure, human capital, digital service provisions. So this is a way also to identify subjects that are similar and that can work better together. So those of you who are familiar with our report may confirm that we cluster the countries together using the criteria of similar approach to digital transformation and comparable level of e-government development. And the more the countries are comparable, the more they can help one another to become even better digital government, faster and more efficiently through sharing and learning from each other. Also, so this very new important concept of digital twins needs really as a sort of background countries that and cities that are have the same somehow approach. They use the same approach. This is also the foundation of digital cooperation. Not only national government can benefit from such twinning initiatives in the public sector. Most of the time, many municipalities also get more advantage from twinning each others. When we talk about smart cities can better take advantage of this. And cities like Moscow and Almaty, for example, have comparable local e-government development based on our LOCI, local development index, according on our 2020 survey. That can be certainly built on each other's learning experiences. And in 2018, the city of Moscow was the top ranked city in our survey, and since then has been adopted as benchmark to improve the quality of service delivery for many other municipalities in the world. To conclude, I'm really optimistic that the digital cooperation will fuel the success of such twinning initiatives, and this will also move all of us in the direction of digital transformation for more resilient societies in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And back to you, Robert.
Vincenzo, thank you very much indeed for your contribution. Now what we'll do is we will move to the hall itself. So we will definitely move into a hybrid event here with the physical speakers in front of a physical audience. And I'd like to invite Arman Abdrazilov, the CEO of Zerde Holding, to provide us with his thoughts on the subject. Here we're going to be moving to Kazakhstan, of course. Arman, please.
I think that there was a mistake. In fact, there had to be another speaker presenting. Okay, then maybe we'll move to another speaker. Batagos, are you ready? Are you ready to present? Yes, really. Excellent. Then we'd like to hear your point of view.
Sultan City, Batagos Kasabek, please, your perspective.
Спасибо большое за предоставленное слово.
Thank you very much for the floor, Robert. Good afternoon, dear participants and dear guests. I believe that we are in the air and many countries are following us. I'd like to express my thanks to the organizers of this digital forum. It has become a tradition, and annually we hold this event here in Almaty. And I'd like to tell you about the digital twin of the city of Nur Sultan as of today that we are designing. Today, we have a geoportal of this city. This is our digital twin. And I'm going to tell you about the development of this large-scale project. It is going to become part of the municipal life and our business. And within the framework of this Geoinformation Center, today we have implemented a 3D map of the city of Nur Sultan. This is the capital, and we have outlined what we have on land, and the precision margin is 5 centimeters, so we can follow what we have in the city, what objects we have. And this is very comfortable, convenient from the urbanistic point of view in order to plan the further population growth. Then there will be the increase of number of buildings and other sites, so that we could plan the construction of schools depending on the population density, and we are looking at the greater numbers of the population. So we have also digitalized all the networks underground, and this is important to plan the load of electrical networks, electricity, then land utilization. Possibly will integrate with BIM system in order to plan the construction of the residential buildings and other objects. And on the video you have seen the construction of the mosque. The mosque is 30% ready in the city of Nur Sultan. Besides, the geoportal allows the city dwellers to get the services online, the services on land utilization services and architectural services. What are the benefits? Today, when we have confronted with pandemic, the minimal human participation is welcome. And from this point of view, all the services will be made available online video. The city is developing and the load on the infrastructures is increasing. So the digital twin of the city is very topical for us as of today. I'd like to welcome all the participants and again express my thanks to the organizers for this opportunity to participate. Those who are interested, we can make available more detailed information. The project is 80% finalized. On land sector is finalized 70%, and the underground part is finalized 72%. So everything will be finished, and our city dwellers will be availed with the information and the views of all the objects that are above, that are on land and underground.
Extremely interesting presentation and a great video segment. Thank you. What I'd now like to do is move from Kazakhstan to the UK and invite Jonathan Monkley to share his experience with various digital twin or similar projects in the UK. Jonathan, over to you.
Аналогичные проекты проводится. Джонатан, пожалуйста.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Monkley. Thank you for having me. I am head of digital services for RSBG Group. We are actually an international German investment fund. We own about 100 different companies, of which 14 sit in the infrastructure cluster, which is predominantly where I work. So I work mainly in the UK, the European Union, Middle East and America. Interestingly, even though I'm based in South Manchester in the UK, most of my work at the moment is in America, which is quite fun. I should be over there enjoying the sun, but sadly I've been sat at my desk since February. So thanks for the opportunity to talk about digital twin. I am a massive fan of the concept and drivers behind digital twin as a movement. The opportunities it brings socially, economically and environmentally. I think it's a very exciting time. It's not a new term, which I'll go on to something later on. But for me, the digital twin is as exciting to the city, country or region as the internet was to a standalone personal computer in the 90s. If you'd said in the 90s what the internet would become in the noughties, you wouldn't have believed it. And I do think digital twin has that opportunity to become as exciting as that in the next 20 years. Digital twin isn't new. When I started exploring this 2 years ago, it started appearing at conferences in the UK quite a lot. Everyone was shouting the term digital twin in every single presentation you would hear. So I started to look into the background of it. Turns out the term digital twin was tabled during the Apollo program back when NASA was trying to put astronauts on the moon by a guy called Michael Greaves. So it's not a new thing. So I started to do a lot of research into it. So my focus over the last 2 years has been exploring what the United Kingdom has called the National Digital Twin Programme. We have set a mandate to develop digital twins of our infrastructure, our hospitals, our cities, our road networks, power grids over the next, I would say it's a 10 to 15 year journey. It's not something we're going to do tomorrow. But we have been developing standards, roadmaps, and we see opportunities to reduce carbon, reduce costs, and improve the lives of everyone in the country socially and economically through this movement. Two examples where we see the opportunities. We already think we can improve our road networks without building any more road networks by 10 to 15% just by leveraging the data we already collect. We collect a surprising amount of data on our road networks already through the smart road network infrastructure. And by looking at the kind of things we can do by getting insights from that data, we do think we can improve the roads by 10 to 15%. Imagine a city that is using digital twin concepts, it's connected, the people are connected to offices, we're improving, we're reducing pollution, we're improving the office environment, which improves the health of the individual workers in the office with the ultimate goal of reducing the national health bill for the government. So when you start to connect these things up, it's not just about having a 3D model, it is about improving people's lives on a day-to-day basis. However, the UK National Digital Twin Movement, because this term started to jump up in every conversation in public procurement, at conferences, in contracts, it is confusing the UK supply chain because now everyone wants a digital twin of everything. When people are asking for it, they don't really understand what they're asking for. They might be asking for a 3D model, they might be asking for some kind of strategic asset management tool. So it is creating confusion, and a lot of my work at the moment is getting rid of that. I see digital twin as the next 10 to 15 years of my career. It's not going to be something we solve in a couple of years. It is a long-term project. And if anyone wants a tip, when exploring digital twin, start with the problem you are trying to solve and the opportunities and objectives that you see for your city or your project, and then start to build a solution to solve them. So always start with the problem you are trying to solve when exploring digital twin. And thank you. Back to Robert.
Jonathan, thank you very much indeed. So now I'd like to pass the microphone, so to speak, to Changa Cha, the chairman of the Reimagining Cities Foundation. maybe you could bring us down to earth. We've been talking quite high-level stuff at the moment. Perhaps you could give us some examples of projects that you've been involved in and where you think we can make money in this area.
Thank you very much, Robert. My name is Cha Chong-ha, and I'm based in Seoul. And I think everyone who spoke in front of me said everything that I wanted to say, so I have nothing else to say. So.
Мне кажется, что уже все сказали, и, в общем-то, мне уже нечего
my
сказать.
background is 25 years in finance,
Я работал
some of that
25
in real
лет в сфере
estate, and now a little
финансов,
over 10 years in smart cities.
имуществом. И уже 10
And
лет
we love the idea of
работаю в сфере
digital
умных
twins
городов,
being the
и мы вот эту
enablers
идею
of smart
разрабатываем, то
cities.
есть
So Jonathan, touched upon, I think a very comprehensive list of things why digital twins are so good or can be so beneficial. But I like to start off with what is the problem that we're trying to solve. Right? And we say, the what, where, when, how, that kind of stuff. We like to start with why. So it's kind of saying, what is the problem that we're trying to solve? And I think within the smart city space, within the digital twin space, there's different stakeholders looking to solve different problems. For me, I'm a finance guy with real estate. Our problem that we want to solve is this challenge toward net zero carbon cities. To fight climate change. 1/3 of global greenhouse gases come from the buildings. So we focus on the built environment. So one project that we're working on is in Toronto, technically Mississauga, but that is the greater Toronto area. We are smart city advisors to the developer, real estate developer. It's about 8,000 apartments, roughly a $6 billion US project. It's a mixed-use real estate development. And they want to make it one of the smartest and greenest, a kind of a model future community there. So one of the things we are trying to think about is how do we install a digital twin over this 180 acres, which is roughly 70 hectares, filled with 100 buildings to be built. So we're going to try to design and deploy a digital twin to focus on just a few things that we think might be helping increase profitability to the developer. And we're going to focus on energy consumption as well as energy supply. So energy optimization, health and well-being by monitoring indoor air quality and the outside pollution, space optimization as to where the people are using the buildings and the public realm, and safety and security. That's it. There are so many other things that we could do with digital twins, but from the real estate developer side, if we can put this on a common platform, we can easily share that with the city. And that's what we're going to try to do is kind of get a shared vision and have the private sector also invest some money.
Частный сектор, чтобы частный сектор тоже
вкладывал деньги, and then you can add on hundreds, if not thousands, or tens of thousands of data sets onto this operable platform. So think big, right? We're all thinking big with the digital twins. A lot of global challenges to.
Перед нами стоят. Ну, всегда нужно с чего-то начать, и вот в Торонто мы
Кого-то первый раз здесь вижу, кого-то снова. Как
supplier of smart city solutions. We think that, of course, digital twins is like part of smart city initiative and programs, and it's natural to collect this data, and we could use terms like big data or data lakes, and not only to store them, but also try to emulate, simulate some ideas. For example, how much the traffic would be, traffic jams increased or decreased if we make this road one-way traffic, or if we put more bus lanes in the city, if we buy more buses for the city in order to reduce cars on the roads. And I think the technologies today are being more commoditized, and so being cheaper, and there are several approaches and a lot of companies that could provide data and open source components, cloud components. So I think that for now the digital twins projects will be more and more wide accepted, and we will see a lot of nice things done via that approach.
Thank you very much, Kairat.
Thank you.
Could you tell me, have you used the digital twin concept yourself when you're monitoring traffic flow in different cities where your solution is implemented?
Yes, of course. As we have a lot of traffic data, we can measure mileage of each car in the city. And for example, we found that only 20% of the cars in Nur-Sultan make half of the mileage taken during the weekdays in the city. So, and now we are trying to make use of this data to analyze how this, if we put more greener cars, more greener trucks and buses in the city, how will this approach reduce the air pollution? Also, for example, we have air sensors on the crossroads, and because and there could be like 50 cars on the crossroad, and when we see spikes in the air pollution on the crossroads, normally we can't guess which car is making that air pollution, but because we have this data and we could simulate, then we see how these air spikes be repeated on the various crossroads, and then we try to correlate with the cars, with the number plates of the cars that are on that crossroads, so we could investigate and make number one suspect on the air pollutions.
Super, thank you very much indeed. So with that, what I'd like to do is to move to the second section of our panel discussion, where I will ask some questions to our panelists on a number of digital twin related topics. Now, the first question we'd like to ask is on the subject of a city level digital twin. So any smart city project is of course an enormous project of many projects, and so clearly a digital twin of a city would be quite an undertaking. So I'd like to ask, how would we go about aligning stakeholders to build a digital twin at city level? And I'd like to start with our main civic representative here and find out from Botagos Kasabek, how was this addressed in Nur Sultan?
Конечно.
Of course, we're planning that if we're speaking of construction, of engineering, digital twin helps us. Before, our colleagues, Kairat, said that we have big data, we have Sirgek, the project, the local city project, it's being realized, and not only helps in the field of works, in the field of roads. We need to take into account the planning of roads, the widening of roads. If we're speaking of construction, the digital twin helps to plan, to design the city in the proper way in terms of architecture, in terms of capacity. As of today, we understand what kind of population we have in the city, regardless of population number. Speaking of other criteria, knowing all these criteria, we can plan, we can say which region will have the influx of people, arrival of people, and departure from this region. This is the predictable information that helps during the construction. Of course, this is in PSD. This is the map of the world in the digital twin, which is annually agreed at the governmental level. It is shown, and finally, we have new residential complexes, new sports complexes as a result of this, and other social establishments. Thank you.
Perhaps now I'll turn to my other panelist colleagues and maybe ask the same question. In smart city or digital twin projects at city level that you've been involved in, how would you comment on aligning stakeholders and interests in making these projects work? Perhaps, Jonathan, do you have any thoughts on this?
So I actually do. It was interesting, the comments made on that first response. In the UK, we're taking two approaches at the moment. We have a top-down approach from government and at like a policy level. So government departments, individual kind of infrastructure departments are shaping their policies for digital twins. So for example, Highways England, who look after our road networks, have just developed their kind of top level. This is our approach to national infrastructure and digital twins moving forward. That is an ongoing project. So at the moment, we've got very, very high level governmental policy, department policy, setting objectives, setting data ontologies for their infrastructure assets. And then on the other side of it, which is a lot of the projects I'm involved with, are the bottom-up approaches, where the individual digital twin owners or the asset owners are starting to explore this. So we're exploring this with individual clients and starting to enable their assets to be smart. So looking at a lot of data center projects that we're starting to enable with a lot more sensors. We're doing a large collection of food and beverage manufacturing plants. So at the moment in the UK, we've got this really high level top policy stakeholder engagement process, and then the bottom up kind of individual clients, individual asset owners starting to develop their ideas, and we're doing, you could call it stakeholder engagement, but it's understanding what they want to get out of it. When you start to connect the different levels, everyone wants something out of this. There's no reason why any business exists unless they're going to get a return on investment on anything. So the individual asset owners want to improve their assets for their businesses, basically, but then the government wants to connect large amounts of infrastructure to improve the overall operation of a city or a country. So two levels of stakeholder engagement, top and bottom, in the UK at the moment.
Very interesting. So when you mention individual asset owners, you're talking there about individual building owners, are you?
Yeah, building owners, businesses. So we're running a pilot with a food and beverage company that owns a lot of heavy manufacturing plants. So it's kind of a digital twin project. It's strategic asset management in a lot of ways, but they want to improve the energy efficiency of their manufacturing plants across the board. And that is a step towards a national digital twin, because if we've got 15 manufacturing plants with the right data ontology from day one, we can then start to connect that into a broader collection of assets moving forward, if that makes sense.
It does. Very interesting.
Can I chime in on that just to support Jonathan? I think we're working mostly with cities and real estate developers, real estate owners. So you see a lot of existing real estate, large portfolios, 100 buildings, 200 buildings, $100 billion assets under management. They are looking at the adoption of various solutions, energy optimization, health and well-being, to monitor the indoor air quality of their buildings, to help attract and retain tenants into their buildings, and space optimization. These are certain solutions that they're looking for, right? And we're trying to propose to developers of new construction that they should also plan some of the digital infrastructure so that it's easy to collect this information from your, HVAC systems, your lighting systems, and get it all up onto a common platform. So we see that in many places around the world. And you can call that a sort of a digital twin for the built environment, at least the beginnings of it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, the opportunity, if there's any of the other panelists like to comment on this question, or I can move to my next topic. Max, did you have any thoughts on this?
No, I think the colleagues have talked about it really well. It's about bringing different entities together. I was thinking of a school in Finland that I talked to a couple of months ago, and they have implemented an early stage of a digital twin. They're part of a municipal building, so it's both a municipality working there and the school administrators that are benefiting from the solution. And they were giving me a small example of by bringing the different stakeholders together, they could respond to a problem that they had, where during winter in Finland is very cold, and the air quality was within the building was causing kids to get ill because the temperature was too high. And by bringing information together from, as Cha was saying, from the HVAC system, and the movement of people within the building, the density of children within a classroom, they could readjust the temperature in a more dynamic manner and reduce the problem of overheating.
Super. Maybe I could also pick on Kairat sitting there in the hall. I guess a digital twin project implies a certain amount of data sharing and data integration at city level, and you've been involved in various projects. What would your opinion on how this might work, you think?
Well, as the data from video surveillance and traffic movement is quite sensitive, and we got like 9 petabytes for the just Nur Sultan. I think the right thing was that we provided the administrator privileges to the mayor's office. Previously, it was more on the just police side. So police department ordered cameras before that, and they could be in conflict of interest with prosecutor's office or other government ministers. But with our project, we moved that administration privileges to the mayor's office, and because the mayor's office actually pays for the system, and they decide whom to give what access, there is quite granulated role based access, and also for the government agencies, law enforcement agencies, it won't be a big problem. But I think the biggest problem is the data sharing to the public and to the data scientists that could make more value from the data that we have or other digital twin spheres. And even if we move our data through the hashing algorithm to anonymize it, you can still reconstruct the data and see maybe some government machines moving or other things. And there will be some challenges on that, and I think the work can be done on that area as well, if I answered your question.
Thank you very much, Kairat. That's a great contribution. What I'd like to do now is to switch to my second question, and we will increase our level of ambition to a digital twin of a country or a national government. So I'll be addressing this question to Mr. Aquero and Mr. Abdrazilov. And the question is as follows: is it possible or practical to implement a digital twin of a country or a national government? And in your view, do you think eventually the net benefits would be worth the net effort and money invested? So, Vincenzo, perhaps you'd like to give us your opinion on this topic.
Thank you, Robert. Very good question. Also very difficult to answer, but indeed, I would say I would already answer the second part. That is yes, indeed. And but let me go back on what is much more on what we do that somehow can provide more information about the enabler and the fundamental in order to build a digital twin for a country. So as I've said before, at the United Nations, my office is the only one that produce and assess this report that assess 193 national governments, and we group them based on their similarity in digital development and digital transformation. When we talk about digital twins, and when we talk about trying to have digital twin at country level, we still need to understand which kind of level of digital development is in the country. So again, it's also important to measure this the development, and also to look at all the pillars that can create this environment. So what we do is that we cluster the countries in the 4 main groups based on our indicator, that is the e-government development index. And so we have very high, middle, and low AGDI. It means that all the countries that are in these groups, they have a sort of similar behavior on digital development, and they work in the same direction, digital transformation. And again, without digital transformation, it's even impossible to really talk about digital twin. So, but what we have done is to gain better insight into countries with the comparable level of performance. Each of the 4 AGDI groups were further divided in 4 equal defined intervals identified by the first, second, and third quartile, and each interval represents a rating class. So we can even zoom in, and for example, we have only 14 national governments in the world that have the highest rating class, the age. 3 are from Asia, 2 are from Oceania, 1 is from America, and 9 from Europe. And these countries that are in our ranking, the top leading countries in the world, they really have a very similar development. And this is really a starting point to identify the best environment to implement the digital twin concept. And governments and private sector worldwide look at our rating to decide their development strategy, where to invest, and with whom to cooperate. They use the report to really to see in which countries they can invest more. But we also know that this is not enough. And for this reason, in collaboration with academia, we are studying an innovative methodological approach using artificial intelligence to implement a complex network analysis based on country similarities. What we have been doing is that with 324 World Development Indicators of World Bank Group were selected to design and implement a complex network model that captures similarities and the differences among 193 member states and identify communities. So a network community is a set of countries with a tendency to interact among themselves more than with the other countries in the rest of the world. The communities identified from the network analysis provide a tool to group countries by development similarity and also a way to better reinterpret the meaning of the position of a DGDI ranking. Let me make short. Assuming that countries in each given network communities are characterized by essentially homogeneous development levels, it is natural to expect that given the ranking of an index related to development, the ranked value would tend to cluster together inside each communities and separate from the values of countries in other communities. What we do at the end, we try to see countries that are similar, and these countries can work better together and exchange information and exchange solutions. And then these are the solutions that can also support the concept of digital twins. This research is still in progress, but this work has been recently published on Nature Journal as a scientific report. If you are interested, I will share the link of the paper to all of you through the chat. Thank you for the question.
Well, maybe, Vincenzo, a quick question from myself. Would you be able to provide us with some examples of these national clusters and so how they would function? And would one of these clusters be Central Asia, for example?
Well, as I said, when we said cluster is the way we identify, we group the countries together. So we have to go back on our methodology that is based on three main pillars. One is about infrastructure. When we talk infrastructure is telecommunication infrastructure. So the other one is about human capital and more on digital literacy. And the third one is about service provisions. And these three components that we measure are really the pillars in order to build. When we talk about interoperability, when we talk about open government, open data, when we talk about communities that will exchange information, data, and take advantage of the solutions or share solutions among themselves, we need to have this three elements working together in a more holistic way. So the reason why we are trying to cluster is that, of course, our core business is also to facilitate digital cooperation. But in order to do that, we need to try to compare and to identify countries that can really take advantage from the others, but they must have a sort of level of development that is comparable. What becomes it's impossible really to cooperate. So in Eurasia, there are several, but I would really suggest, recommend, because I am a little bit, I'm not a technical person on the specific topic of digital twins, but I work more on a global perspective of digital transformation among countries. So I suggest really for who is not familiar, to have a look of our report, the series of report, because there are all the elements, and there are a lot of clusters also looking at vulnerable countries in special situations and region by region or sub-regions.
Thank you very much.
But sorry, last part. Indeed, the Euro-Asian group it's a very good example how countries can take advantage from this concept and work together in order to and what Kazakhstan is doing is for example a good example, but not only Kazakhstan.
Thank you very much, Vincenzo, for a wonderful link, because I'd now like to address the question to Mr. Abdrazilov, who's sitting in the hall with us, and asking whether Zerde has done any structured thinking on this subject, and what does Zerde think about the idea of a digital twin project for a country or a national government?
Digital twins. It's a very long story, yes, like you said in the beginning. It's a new name. It's a trendy name. But I actually did that from my students' years when I was younger. We talked about the rocket fuel back then. It was called mathematical modeling back then. And it's about that some technological processes, some business processes can be so expensive that it's not beneficial to experiment on them, and it's best to test it on digital twins or to model it. And who ordered that back then? It was some bag producers, some shrink wrap producers. We tried it back then. So it would cost several $1 million. It could cost tens of millions of dollars, so there would be some reduction. But no one thought about making digital twins of the cities because the costs would be larger than the cost for modeling. That's why it pushed people to go into that direction. Now we live in the age of high technologies. We live in the age of high competition. And we talk about the smart cities and other things. My colleague said that, talked about the Sergej systems. The mistake for us could be deathly, and we could not make any decisions because the city could go into the wrong direction because of the fast pace of life. The mistake could be costly, highly costly. That's why the modeling, the digital twins, like you say, it came into our life, and the process that were once slow, the city building, the car manufacturing. Last year we were discussing that the usage of Sergej, we can predict where to build roads, how many cars will drive on that road. I think that if we think of the situation 20 years ago, looking at the traffic, people would think we're crazy, because to predict the traffic of thousands of cars, it's easier just to build a new road. So right now the digital twins is a very important technology. It became more affordable. We have new specialists in that area. Now we have digital twins. Speaking of Kazakhstan, we have electronic government, where we see the parameters for different people. And in our branch company, subsidiary company Nitek, where we model several situations ahead, where some decision could have some regulatory impact in the future, or some impact on the government, on the building of the city. I think that the paces of decision making is key now. So all these technologies, they go down. I think there will be time when we will model the growth of plants, maybe, or trees. We will get to that level. But there's a saying that the humanity will reach its highest point when the marathon people will start from the low position, from low start. And I'm glad that this technology is going into that direction. And this seemed unrealistic and irrational. We're happy to be in that process, in that trend. We're building digital twins. We're actively using digital technologies. As you know, this year Kazakhstan is counting the population again, and it was recommended by the United Nations. United Nations says that it's the last world counting of people, because these old ways of asking people, this census in this format will be the last one, because this all information is in the electronic government already. So it could take just a few minutes to get this information, just to know the number of people. For example, in Astana, during 10 minutes, they can do it without turning to some old technologies. So I think, going to your question, I think it's important we measure how much money was saved, how much cost was saved. I think this difference will continue to grow. The technology will become cheaper and the life is becoming faster. So I hope I answered your question.
A wonderful piece of historical context for us, so we know where we stand, and also some great live examples of initiatives that are happening in government structures in Kazakhstan. Perhaps I'd now like to, on the same question, turn to some of the other colleagues on the panel. Maybe, Max, you have some thoughts on the idea of a national digital twin.
Yeah, absolutely, Robert. I'd like to draw a parallel, right? I was speaking recently with a national railway here in Europe, and they see these in stages, right? They see the applicability of digital twin in railways in different phases. They first want to apply it to engines and locomotives and wagons, because they want to know at the operational level, for instance, when something is wrong before that train reaches the station, so they have the parts ready to do the maintenance, instead of having the train going to the maintenance yard and sitting there and being checked up and then ordering the parts and so forth and so on. Then they're thinking the next phase will be having a digital twin of an entire line with some of the stations that are along that line, and figuring out how they can optimize the frequency of the traffic. And then the final stage is a digital twin of the entire national rail system that gives them the option to simulate where they want to substitute some commuter train with high-speed train, where they need to build new lines and so forth and so on. So I guess what I'm saying, it makes sense to have it at a national level, to build it for the entire country, but it needs to go through some of these stages. And the complexity when you get to the national level is much higher, because of the volume of data, because of the different sources, because of how many stakeholders will be involved. So it's definitely an outcome that we want to reach. But as Jonathan said, it's going to take time. It's probably the next 15 years of our life will be busy with this.
Thank you, Max. Well, maybe we'll turn to Jonathan. Jonathan, you've been exposed to a national digital twin project in the UK, so I guess you've got a good perspective on this.
I think I could I'll ask a question back. Is it practical to implement a digital twin of a country? It depends what you define the digital twin as. I think that's probably the starting point. That's been kind of the key takeaway from the UK. Everyone has a different perspective on what it is, so whether it's practically implementable depends on what you define it as very, very early on. If it's just one thing, absolutely completely implementable. But I personally believe we, as a country in the UK, we will not be able to sustainably build the infrastructure we require without implementing some of the concepts that sit within the National Digital Twin Programme. We can't keep building £50 billion train lines that are wrong, basically, because it's very expensive to spend atoms and test in atoms when we, in theory, can simulate and test digitally to the very last detail. We need to do more of that. We need to implement more of that. I do think it's completely practicable, depending on what you define the national digital twin as, because it is such a broad, overarching envelope. If it's everything connected, everything talking to each other, then probably not. But if you pick 3 or 4 really key strategic objectives, then it's completely doable. The technology is available. For us at the moment to pick to make a building smart and connected to other buildings, we could do that in a very short period of time. So there's no reason why we can't slowly start to scale that up. As Max mentioned, start with the engine, then look at the next step, and start to connect that. So I do think it is achievable as long as you clearly define digital twin early on and make it achievable.
Maybe then a follow-up question from myself. It's been some time since I've been in the UK. Would you say that despite the challenges there are, given the huge ambition and complexity, nevertheless the focus that's brought on this subject and the amount of activity that's created in net terms is a positive? Do you think it's kind of changed the way we look at different processes in society, and that in itself has been good?
That's emerging, I think. It's still very much in its storming phase as a concept, I believe, still in the UK. The kind of, we're getting the supply chains excited over the ideas of it. As I mentioned, we've got this top-down piece and this bottom-up piece, but it's still very emerging. The majority of people in the construction industry still brush it off as a concept and think it's a waste of time in a lot of ways, because it's another buzzword, it's another trend, it's just going to go away. But I would say over the last 6 months, people have started to think, actually, we need to engage with this. It's happening. Here's some really good projects. So the Centre of Digital Built Britain is enabling a collection of pilots called the Gemini projects. So we're looking at water treatment plants, we're looking at power stations, and we're starting to use those projects as best case examples of what we can do with digital twins. So it's still realizing its potential, I believe. But to go back to the idea that the basic level of a digital twin of a 3D model, and using 3D models in cities to improve the delivery and the design, it's an absolute no-brainer.
Understood. Thank you very much, Jonathan. So, Cha, where do you stand then on the digital twin spectrum when people are talking about national digital twin projects?
Well, I'll be a little bit provocative, if you may. I think on a national level, I think it's nonsensical almost. I applaud Great Britain for trying to roll out a national program. It's going to be huge when we can't even deal with it on one building level, never mind one city block level or a district. Now we're going to go to hundreds of cities or within the country. That's a tall order, I think. And you did mention, will it make investment sense? That's going to be very, very hard, I think. I do like, if we look at Sidewalk Labs, which is a very famous, Google company, and they tried to do a very connected, digital, data-heavy, smart city in Toronto. And that got pulled, right? The project got killed because of data privacy issues. So I think on a national level, if they can focus on things like the Gemini principles, where you're talking about data privacy, or maybe the data governance, and what data protocol, how do you structure the data sequences so that when you do put it up on one common platform, that machine learning is easily enabled? Because I've seen a lot of data that smart cities say they have data, and I say, show me, and they have a bunch of PDF files, right, on monthly something. Well, how are you going to use a PDF file, right? So I think on a national level, they might, try to foster some consistency within the data governance kind of stuff, right?
Very thoughtful. Thank you very much indeed. Perhaps if you don't mind, Cha, if you've got the energy there, I'd keep you there and ask you our next question. So rather than talking about the immense complexities and difficulties, perhaps we should now focus on some approaches that you've been exposed to in the public sector that you think are good examples of how we can make real progress in digital twin initiatives. Perhaps you could share some of those experiences with us.
Yes. Well, I'm sorry I don't have any good examples. We spend every day, researching global smart cities, digital twins, and we speak with the digital twin companies that are around, like Bentley, Zenith, the whole slew of them. And we get, in fact, this morning we had a Zoom and a demo of another digital twin solution. I think a lot of these digital twins, they're inventing stuff that we really don't need, right? So this one guy says, they have parametric modeling. So of the whole city, they can maximize energy efficiency and maximize, whatever. But we do have parametric modeling tools. We don't need a digital twin for that. And when I asked him about that, it really didn't have that feature. He's just saying it could have that feature because there's tons of parametric modelings out there. 3D modeling, it's called BIM, right? Building Information Modeling. It's not a digital twin. So people are taking old tools that are out there and they wrap something around saying it's a digital twin. And that's I don't know. So it's very nascent stages. And again, the key thing is they're inventing stuff that we really don't need, right? So we focus on real estate developers, large multi-billion-dollar real estate developments, and we want to just focus on getting the data up onto a common platform on energy efficiency to increase profits. You drive down energy and you increase profits. Drive down energy, you're also driving down carbon. And if we're monitoring that data on a real-time basis with, every minute you're getting upticks, then you can see how well we're doing on this road to carbon neutrality and so many other measurable objectives. And that goes back to Jonathan, what's the problem we're trying to solve? Well, if that's a measurable objective and we can define what defines success in a number, then we can monitor that entire district of 100 buildings to see exactly, are we doing well? Are we off track? What can we do to improve? And it becomes like a platform upon which you can innovate new technologies and really spur local economic growth based on innovation, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so that's kind of our kind of way of looking at digital twins.
Okay, yeah, so to summarize is very much focusing on outcomes and also taking with a very large pinch of salt, as the English would say, the promises of software companies when it comes to digital twin, given that digital twin has gone the same way as concepts like artificial intelligence, for example, where you put it in because you want to try and sell more of your product. Is that a fair summary?
Well, I agree in the fact that, a lot of vendors out there are trying to sell what they can sell. And the city governments, especially, they're administrators and they just don't understand technology. And not many cities have, they're just starting to bring in, chief information officers who've worked for Microsoft or these other companies so that they can understand what's out there. But their procurement process, right, is so long and so bureaucratic, it's really hard to stay with the times. So I kind of said, oh, this is going to be really tough. So let's work with the developers, start the digital twin so that the developers can manage their performance of their assets, provide that sharing with the city and startups, and provide that first phase digital twin. And in the process, get some incentives back from the city because we are helping the city achieve some of their carbon neutrality objectives by collecting data on a real-time basis. So it's a kind of a win-win, right?
Clear. Super. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Maybe I could turn to Kairat on this particular question. So is there any approaches that you've been exposed to? You could say are best practices, things that work in your experience with these projects?
Yes, thank you. So in Kazakhstan, we have PPP law, private-public partnerships, and actually we are not vendors who sell stuff to government. We invest our money, we take loans from banks, and for Sergek, we put the system first, made through all certification that needed, and only after city started to have positive effects on that, they started to pay us. So, and that's our advice maybe, that for the government agencies, mayor's offices, find a technology solution that will give profit to the city or to the society, like maybe it could be traffic fines like in Sergek, or increase of property costs, like if it is more cleaner environment in that area, that the square meter of the building will get high cost, high capital valuation, and then find investor for that technology who would, like company who could bring that technology, take all the risks, and you will pay only after it will pay you back. For example, in Astana and Almaty, that was the case. And for example, Almaty, in 1 year, the city budget earned $12 million in traffic fines and paid back for the technology provider us only 1.5, like 8 times 800% return on investment. And they actually didn't invest. So they took the money first and then paid back for the technology provider. And I think because the technology comes more cheaper, and now is the time where government officials can select technology and provider of such technology that could make them solution that pays back on something, and then they can also from the profit that they will have for the budget, so they can reinvest in maybe some not so obvious things for the money, but maybe more for the healthcare and other stuff for the society.
Super. Yeah, well, it's great to see that that particular approach is working so well in Kazakhstan. Now I perhaps would turn to Jonathan, and maybe you could build on your previous answer to our questions and talk a little bit about some of the best practices that you've seen and successes or wins in this area.
The approach has worked because my role is very client focused. I work with our clients on a day-to-day basis. What's worked is when we have focused on their individual needs and requirements as a body. So food and beverage, focusing on reducing energy, working with a large insurance firm that has assets all over the planet. They want to start to explore this concept of how they can leverage it within the insurance market. So how can an IoT-enabled building provide data to them to inform insurance premiums? It's quite a powerful proposition when we start. We're only just exploring that. But this only ever works, in my experience, over the last 2 to 3 years, and being involved in digital transformation for about 15 years, you have to start with the problem. If you don't start with the problem, you're never going to actually achieve any kinds of return on investment for anybody on the project. Basically, if you go to, it's the issue a lot of technology vendors have. They come at you with a solution when they don't thoroughly understand what you're trying to achieve as an individual, as a business, as a client body. They just throw this thing at you and it says, here's some digital twin stuff, it's cool. Where every client has different nuances, different requirements, different goals and objectives. If you really start to work that problem, the technology is probably available for you to fix that problem for them. And that's the approach we take on every single project we work on. We really try to learn and understand what a project or a team or a collection of assets is trying to achieve, and then reverse engineering the problem to build a solution, basically.
Super, thank you very much indeed, Jonathan. So we are moving closer to the end of our session, but I do have one more question that I'd like to address to some of our panelists. It's a very topical question, and it is, what role do you think digital twins have played or may still play during the COVID-19 pandemic? Perhaps, Vincenzo, I could begin with you. Do you have a position on that one, on how this kind of data modeling has been a factor in COVID response?
Yes. Thank you for these questions. That's indeed, we believe that the COVID crisis has likely significantly accelerated the shift to digital for many countries and many municipalities, and fundamentally shook up the digital government landscape. And then the countries and the cities that are more advanced in digital transformation, they indeed use this also to fight COVID. But because I was very impressed also from what the experience of Cha, when he mentioned about the difficulty working with the public sector, and also for him said that he doesn't believe on the possibility to scale up at the regional level, and indeed that's true. So what I want to say is that in regards of digital twins, so digital twins present a vast opportunity for strengthening digital cooperation within the countries and among the countries and within the cities and the municipalities. But to do so, national, regional, and local project-driven collaboration with private sector, academia, civil society, and other stakeholders are necessary. And this is something that we have experimented also during the COVID. It was the need to work all together in order to overcome this difficulty. And as United Nations, in partnership with the other, as Indesa, in partnership with the other regional commissions and the other United Nations sister agency, we continue to support member states to strengthen government on digital transformation. And so the COVID-19 pandemic has emphasized the importance of digital cooperation, but also the pivotal role of an effective, inclusive, and accountable government. That's why I was thinking more of the experience of Cha when he said that it was impossible to work with them in some cases. So what I do believe is that and let me conclude that even though digital twins, or more in general, digital cooperation and public-private partnership as strategic, but what we believe that leadership, strong institutions, and effective public policies are still crucial to tackle common challenges in supporting the economic recovery and development in one country, and to tailor digital solutions. So, as well as always, it's important also to prioritize on security, inclusion, equity, and the protection of people's rights. So what I'm saying is that it's really important to try to work as much in a holistic way with all the stakeholders, but look at the principle behind that before really running on a specific technical solution for something. But then again, we are maybe solving one small issue, but not really getting the most important part, that is sustainable development for all. Thanks.
Vincenzo, thank you very much indeed. And perhaps I could turn to Max from IDC. Maybe you could give us a final word on the subject. I know that IDC has done some research on the impact of COVID on some of these issues.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, COVID has been more of an inflection point, an accelerator of things that were already happening. And I think Vincenzo said it well. The cities and countries that had invested more in digital, that had more knowledge available and could turn that knowledge into insights, could react more quickly. And bringing it to the city level, one of the changes that has been happening, we move less. We live more within our neighborhood. We need to make neighborhoods and communities more self-sufficient. And I was speaking with the city of Milan, for instance, and they had started to collect data on the location of shops and where they had more elderly people in certain communities. And when COVID hit, they could provide back information to those elderly people and say, this is the grocery store 10 or 15 minutes away from your house. You don't need to take the bus, risking being infected, and go to the big box store in the suburbs. And it's that kind of information that can really make an impact, not just on the economic prosperity of the community or the energy efficiency, but also the social inclusion. So some of those things have been really accelerated by COVID.
Max, thank you very much indeed. So if perhaps I could try to sum up this very interesting discussion that we've been having, what I've been hearing is that a lot of effort in these projects should be put into defining the problem that is being solved, that we should very much be looking at a results-based approach. We were warned about looking at these issues as technology investment projects. And it is great to see that we have so many interesting cases from Kazakhstan that we've heard today on the panel. So I would like to thank everyone who's been tuned in or has been sitting in the audience for the panel. Thank you very much for your energy. It's much appreciated. I would also like to give a big thank you to all of the panelists today. Thank you very much for spending your time with us and for your excellent contributions. And with that, I would hand back to the organizers of the event.
Does that mean we're offline now?
That's a very good question. I'm not sure.
Okay. Anyway, it was very nice to meet you all, and I'm usually a little bit more provocative today than today, but I was
Добрый вечер, дамы и господа.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start our session dedicated to the Industry 4.0. My name is Andrei Bikrinishev. I'm Vice Minister of NBC Company. I will be the moderator because it's our digital forum. It's done in digital format. It's one of the most digital ones. I'm here in Almaty, and our people joining us from different cities and participating online in our platform. Let me introduce today's panelists. It's Vice Minister of Industry and Infrastructural Development of RK, Dinara Shiglova, General Director of Siemens Advanta, Aymerik Saracen, Dr. Kanashев, Chairman of Untitled Almaty, Alver Scholheimer, Director of Department of Corporate Development and Strategy of Institute of Fraunhofer, Dmitry Zubkov, Helfarm, Deputy Chairman of Alajom Electric, Alexander Grevtsev, Director for Kazakh Director, Saad Nurbek, General Director of BTS Education, Askar Sembin, and Igor Bogachev, Director of a group of companies Cifra. I would like to start our session with a message from the Vice Minister of Industry and Infrastructural Development of Kazakhstan. Dinara, please take the floor. Hello, dear participants, dear guests of the forum. It's one of the final sessions, Industry 4.0. It's at 7 o'clock, and I like to greet all the participants, everyone who will be speaking and who will be listening to this session. Today's forum attracted people from different industries, from business, from different countries. I think that this discussion will be very interesting, and the speakers' reports will be full of information that tomorrow will be relevant. Today's meeting has huge opportunities to discuss the digitalization of industries within the new normal, new reality. The industry is a conservative, production is a conservative industry, but the pandemic became a force that drove that. We know that digital technologies are very important instrument in times of uncertainty. More and more actively new IT projects are being implemented. The benefits from Industry 4.0, we can name these technologies in a short time will allow people to switch from offline to online, except that such technologies as big data processing allow us to quickly assess works and react, make corrections in the production process remotely. This Industry 4.0 will not stop during pandemic and will continue its activities, and it allowed the economy of the Kazakhstan to retain its position at the optimal level. In conclusion, I would like to say that Industry 4.0, it's not just technologies. The most important thing is the people, the human capital, the culture. We know that the complex transformation of not only business but the state agencies will make a necessary influence and increase competitive level, increase the profitability, working conditions, and will allow us to react quickly in the supply chain added value. So during the panel session, I suggest that we discuss the effective instruments that will give push and give a driving force to this industry 4.0 and allow us to move to a new level in times of quick transformation. I wish productive work to you today. Thank you, Dinara Renatana. We don't have much time of the industry 4.0, but at least we'll touch on some key things for our people, and I think that will have at least informative. I would like to give the floor to the representative of Siemens Advanta, and I give the floor to Aymerik Saratsin. Aymerik, if you can, please tell us how do you see the digital transformation in the company, and particularly in Kazakhstan?
I'm not sure this is the group for me. I don't have the translation here, so I will jump in. Is in English okay? Should I wait for the translation, or the translation is simultaneous?
Simultaneous translation, Aymerik. You can choose the language. This is for all of our panelists. They can just choose the language. So if they want to hear you in English, they select English. If they need a translation, they can select Russian. Дамы и господа, вы можете выбрать.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can choose the language. You can click on the application and choose there. And if you watch it online, there are several streams that you can choose from.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much for the invitation. It's great to be a part of the Digital Almaty 2021 on the new normal. I wanted to kick off this panel, and I don't know if we have the couple of slides that we that I sent on very quickly going to some myth that I see more and more in the digital transformation as I talk to clients and to partners around the world. So can we see the slide by chance?
Yes, we can see your slides.
Here we go. Perfect, thank you. So there's three things really that as I talk to clients and partner that come back and back again. And by the way, funny enough, this is for external clients, but this is also Siemens as a company that transforms. You know, at Siemens, we have more than 400 plants around the world, and we are going through the same journey as well. You go to the next slide. We, the three things that really come back and back again is, first of all, I don't know where to start. You know, there's all this buzzword. There's digital transformation, right? There is AI on the left. There's digital twin, and how does that apply to my business? How do I start? Yeah, and this is very important to realize that the digital journey is actually very unique to every company. Yes, of course, there is something that is around the same industry, yeah, but it's very unique to each company. So this is completely normal to start at a place where we don't know. And this is where it's very important to set up somewhat of strategy that actually starts with the journey and make it go forward. The second thing that I see a lot is that IoT project and digitalization cost a fortune. There's no way I can afford that with my company. This is a big change, and that it is. And this is something also we need to, it's a big difference from the large IT project that were there 20 years ago, 10 years ago, because we have now a lot of projects that we need to finance in a step-by-step. You have this prototype, you have these POCs, and this is extremely important because this is how we start and how we can take the right path directly. And that comes to the third point that a lot of executives are concerned about, is that once I make that decision, we're not there yet, sorry, I'm still at the third point on the previous slide, that we have the decision that is taking a lot of executives are afraid that it's forever. That will not be turned around. I will be locked in for that vendor, and I will have that on my lap forever, yeah? And this is extremely important to see again that once again here, when we go through digital transformation, the new business model that are in place, that are software as a service, the different things we can do around a solution are something that are absolutely able to change, not only on a year basis, but often on a quarterly basis as well. And this is how it needs to be designed properly, actually, to be able to pivot and to change as the assumptions are changing as well. And this is possible, and not only possible, but if you have the right partner, this is how it should be done. Yeah? So this is really the three things I want to know, because these topics come back again and again and again. And I wanted to go to actually three examples, because you know, there's a lot of talk about digital transformation. There's a lot of, yes, we can do this, we can do that. What's very important is understanding how does it actually apply, yeah? So if we look at, I brought you here three examples that we can go through very quickly. So first of all, it's a work that has been done in China with a leasing center. So it's actually a bank, but a bank that had 700 assets that were leasing. So it's big cranes, power plant, a photovoltaic power plant, buses company, I mean, a completely different type of assets. And as working with them and starting from what is the issue, the main issue for cost, what actually to send people around to check on those assets, yeah? So what we did here is actually define the strategy and then the platform as we go to embark assets on top of that, so they can actually understand what's happening. And then first of all, making sure that they have this 10% efficiency gain on their operation. And this was the minimum. What's very interesting here is, and this is about, you know, the next step in the agile way, and is that when that was done, suddenly they actually find new business model, new way that they can make their clients pay for their services, pay for their assets. So their leasing model now is shifting, because they have that data they can use, and because they have analysis on top, and they can actually make their client pay in a very different way. And that was not planned. And this is extremely important also in the digital transformation, is when we talk about a strategy, it's important to have a vision at 3, 5, 10 years. The strategy is actually evolving very quickly because it depends on what is the status quo. I want to go now to the second example. This is an example with a utility in Austria, where at the grid distribution, they have a lot of costs that was done with the maintenance and failure. Yeah, and so there was a lot of work that was done on predicting where the fault can be, not that we can be at the same place when it fell, but that the maintenance, it's done in a smart way, so that the maintenance is done first on places where there's higher risk of failure, and then in places where there's low risk of failure, yeah? And this allow that organization actually to predict with 90% accuracy where there's gonna be a fall in performance, and to change the route of maintenance that they have today. And now this is actually a very important point. It's very rare, almost it never happens, that you build digitalization from start on nothing. We always have brand feel. We always have things that's already in place. We always have a system that is somewhat working where we work. And this is extremely important to actually be able to use what is in place and add to it to add value. And this is what was done here. The route, the definition of the route for maintenance were in place, but we optimized them in order to get to the most efficient. And then maybe the third one was done with an oil and gas player, global oil and gas player, for the upstream digitalization. This was also, the cost was really to see how we can have less personnel on site, yeah? And so this was bigger study with proof of concept that we did to understand how can we reduce to 80% the amount of staff on the thing. And this was interesting because it was not only to say we reduce and people don't have a job, it's actually to redirect the job of those people to gross generating activity and not only to cost and maintenance activity. Yeah. So to end, and I think I will you know, then leave the panel, and hopefully we can have a good discussion with the panel. But I think there's a lot of opportunity, and they are very difficult to grasp, mostly because of the journey is very difficult to plan. And so there's three things that it's very important. You'll have to have a strong journey. Is number one, to have a clear strategy of implementation, I would add. And when I call strategy of implementation is to say, this is the vision. In that big high-level vision, these are the spots we want to concentrate. In those spots we want to concentrate, these are the 3 points of POC that we want to try first, yeah? And this is to that level of implementation that strategy needs to be in place. And then interestingly enough, a lot of companies now are okay with proof of concept, and they're okay that proof of concept could fail. More and more that is entering in the culture and the understanding. What I see more and more now is actually some organization being frozen once the proof of concept is successful. And this is a very interesting situation where people say, yes, we want to pay for proof of concept. We want to understand if that, maybe that works, maybe not. If it doesn't work, it's like, okay, it doesn't work, but we learn from it. If it works, it's very important to have a strategy, say, how do I take that now to scale? So actually get the money back that I had. And this is an extremely important step to have. Yeah? Number two, sequence the investment. This is possible. The year of 5 years project that lasts forever, it's really over. It's possible to have a plan of investment for 5 years, but to make decision every quarter. And this is very important because as we make the decision every quarter, not only you can accelerate or decelerate the investments, but also you can shift it slightly depending on the result of the quarter and the result of what has been implemented. And finally, be agile and learn on the way. As we set the strategy, it's very important to be open to shifting. So again, not shifting to the vision, that has to be very clear, but shifting about how do we implement that visions. That is really a people transformation. It's a people transformation at the executive level. It's also a cultural transformation at the entire organization level. So I wanted to leave you with those 3 points to really open the good discussion of Industry 4.0. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aymeric, for this insight. Я бы хотел перейти к следующему спикеру.
I'd like to get down to the next speaker, the company called Digital Almaty, and according to ADC company, this Digital Almaty is a highly mature company that we appreciate. We have measured their level. It is the most mature company in digital terms, not only in this region, but in global terms. And they have implemented very interesting projects. And I'd like to turn to the president of the company, Mr. Diar Kamashev, for him to tell us about the new projects, in what way the pandemic affected these projects. Maybe they have revised some priorities. Okay, I'm giving the floor to the next speaker. Good evening, dear participants of the forum. In fact, we started our project since 2017, and we are successfully implementing modern digital technologies. They have proved to be most topical during the pandemics. And in order to respond to some of the questions, I'd like to present the video that we have prepared that covers and demonstrates the scale of the projects and the solutions that we are implementing into our business model and our business processes. With your permission, we are going to demonstrate it, and afterwards, the joint stock company Altyn Almaz is a full-cycle geological mining and gold processing company. Gold ore is mined across the regions of Kazakhstan. Consistent with its strategic goals, the company plans to increase the production efficiency by 5%, reduce operational costs up to 15%, and minimize the time for routine operations by up to 20-30%. As part of the implementation of digital technologies and elements of Industry 4.0, from 6 December to 2017, Almaty launched the Digital Mine and Innovative R&D project. The company's strategy incorporates the modern vector of industry development. Accordingly, the following objectives were outlined for stage-by-stage implementation in the digital program. For building IT infrastructure, Dakai and Akbakai projects were provided with a high-speed internet. In autumn 2020, a new dispatch center was opened in Taktagdai project. It is a control center of operating activities of the production site using cutting-edge digital tools. Due to the integration of the automated work order systems with the systems, all actual data of the work progress is recorded automatically. In addition, the automated work order system includes instruction and knowledge tests modules. Output data are presented by reports to the uploaded in various analytical forms and for any period of time. Based on a target model of the Digital Mine program, the automation covers 5 main units. Open pit designing and planning are carried out through decisions of mining operations planned at short intervals. Open pit mining dispatching system allows receiving real-time information about mining machinery. This system allows to keep records of operational data on mining operations, coordinates the open pit operations, and monitors the haulage traffic, as well as accounting for the movements in reserves at quarry and in stockpile. In Akbakai and Biskimpir underground mines, the underground machinery is equipped with mobile tablets for dispatch, control of underground operations, and onboard equipment to transfer data online, allowing dispatchers to receive the information about operations of underground machinery. Different divisions of the company are included in a single integrated base due to creation of a centralized database. This is a backbone of operation of the digital mine for mining and geological data in the single integrated space. Optimization of grinding cycle of the gold recovery plants is a joint project with Information Technologies Park that represents British Centre of Technological Development. Using strategic data of SCADA system and algorithms of predictive analysis, we obtain real-time data about ball loading level, life of liners, which allow to cut non-production downtimes, and also receive early warnings about possible occurrence of mill overloading with high precision. Such approach gives us the technological predominance. The digitalization of all our work helped us to quickly adapt during the COVID-19 pandemic. The work was not stopped. Single databases and enabled the transfer of all offices of workers from different regions of Kazakhstan and other countries to remote working. Virtual reality technologies help to train employees before the commissioning phase. Cloud-based solutions facilitate quick fixing of any technological problems. Building photogrammetry-based models allowed remote control of completed operations at the construction site. This operating approach made it possible to involve all project participants, partner companies, subcontractors, customer representatives, and plant operator, monitoring, coordinating, and controlling processes throughout the project implementation, obtaining access to reliable information at any time from any part of the world. The use of a single data source has significantly reduced the time to search and for search and analysis of necessary information. All participants are able to access information using any source at any time. Common template standards and cell libraries enhance the quality of resulting design documentation and reduce the development time. By means of digitalization, we have achieved greater competitiveness in tenders. Transparency of our reports arouses the trust of customers investors and banking organizations. Digital technologies have changed the company's business processes and organizational structure for optimization and management flexibility. Digitalization of the process had a positive impact on all the parties to the project. This included the introduction of new technologies, personal training, and creation of the infrastructure for employee training, educational constitutions. Following global trends in digital transformation, we have decided it necessary to create a digital twin of the enterprise. The history of creation of industrial production, technical and technological solutions, opportunity of simulation of different processes, flows, and also processes in industrial and environmental safety have formed the basis requirements to the platform of building digital twins. When constructing joint research in this area, we have achieved significant results, which were highly appreciated by global experts in information technologies. We hope that soon we'll create a unique decision for mining and processing industry, which will become a standard of industrial enterprises. Autonomous digitalization programs is aimed at adding value through technological innovation and increasing business sustainability. It is a team-based result of the single concepts delivery, the digital program within Industry 4.0, involving the government, company leaders, top managers, and internal and external consultants and partners, which have implemented with the contribution of every employee of Altyn Almaty. Colleagues, thank you for your attention. Should you have any questions or you are interested in something, some details, I'm prepared to respond to all your questions and comments. Thank you very much, DR. It was very interesting and enough detail. Thank you very much for this video. If we have enough time at the end of the session, and if we have enough time to communicate, we'll get down to your question again. Let us keep to the time schedule. Now, continuing the topic of digitalization, let us get down to Dmitry Karbasov, the Eurasian Group. Dmitry, if you can, please tell us about the projects of digitalization that you are implementing. I would like to focus on financial aspects, financial feasibility. In what way do you approach? Good afternoon, colleagues. The financial element of our work is really important, and all the work in my team is based on the calculation of target effect. We are the Counter IT. We begin not from the infrastructure or data. We are like I'll dwell upon some issues of our work. I'm going to tell you about our project. This is the project devoted to the kiln. And we're using online regime to control the work of our taskmasters and our personnel, and all this affects the output. A couple of words about the process. There is an input of raw materials, then there is a dosage department where all this is mixed. Then the conveyor belt carries it to the bunkers of the kiln, over the kiln. Then there are special pipes whereby the material is carried. There we have a 3-electrode kiln, Then the ready product goes into the packaging zone. So the whole process from bunkers to chemical analysis takes from 1.5 to 2 days. Why we created such a model? Why didn't we use the old rules and standards? The previous process didn't take into account all the details. The key moment here is the status of the furnace. So all the details should be taken into account. When the raw materials enters the furnace, we require some data. We need to know the status of coke and the raw and the ore. And so this brings us to the situation when we have inappropriate condition of the furnace charge, and thus we have to confront with some losses. The figure of losses, I'm not going to name it, but this is a considerable amount, and we have something to change in this process. This was the introduction into what we are doing and what tasks we are implementing. A couple of words about technologies. We do not use big data. We do not use machine learning or artificial intelligence. We use some other things. We have the models of splitting the process into the melting stages and the preparation data. This will be either active melting or the yielding melting. Then follows the model which in real time defines the problems with technical problems according to electrical parameters. The system says what is inside the zone, what is happening with the furnace, so you won't be able to look into the furnace. The next model is supporting. It analyzes the chemical analysis and tell us about the technological defects.
What we need to do for the furnace to work more effectively? What substance do we need to add? When we understand what's happening with the furnace, we're trying to stabilize it, and then we increase the volume of production. Next slide, please. Here we get to the first numbers. We count the number of our furnaces. There's a procedure for measuring quality. All the calculations are objective. You measure the real processes of the equipment, and the numbers you see on the screen. The key model is the digital consultant. Has high percentage higher than our prediction, than our estimation, and we need to improve that also. This accuracy gives us to find the failures and to react to this very quickly. Next slide, please. How do we modulate? How do we moderate? We take a very different approach. It has to do with the features of the projects. We don't have the right amount of data according to which we can do the training. Then we have higher requirements for models. That's why we have the models that check themselves. We can divide it into 3 models. It's the level of data, where we prepare data for analysis, where we use different models. It's the statistical, physical, machine learning, mathematical level. And then we use one model after another. The next level is decision-making level. The models, they do different levels, show different levels, and we need to choose a range of options, and we need to give it to the brigade manager and to isolate him from other noise, so to speak. That's how our model works. This is not the whole work. Then we have a lot of work due to widening of the funnel, bottleneck. Here, the further development, we can say the further development. The tunnel of development is includes more than 60 things. We estimate the raw materials. We check the sensors. We combine all the technologies. And I would like to finish on that note. If you have any questions, please do ask them. Thank you very much, Dmitry. It was very informative. And I suggest that we go to Europe. And I would like to give the floor to Olivier from Fraunhofer Institute. Olivier, I would like to ask you, in a country like Germany, what are the processes like right now? How has the pandemic affected them? And if you could tell us how your organization sees its cooperation with Kazakhstan in the near future, please.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak to you from Germany as part of this event. In the next 5 minutes, I would like to give you a brief overview of the impact of the COVID pandemic on Germany's as a society, but also as an industrial location. I will also briefly discuss the opportunities that have arisen for industrial companies and the issues that will arise from the experience gained for further cooperation with Kazakhstan. The impact of COVID was and is huge on public life. From one day to the next, many areas of public and economic life switch from analog to digital. For example, in the field of education, there has been a shift to homeschooling and digital learning platforms such as Moodle. The public sector is under enormous pressure to optimize their processes and to make them digital. And the industrial sector, about 70% of all white-collar employees are currently working digital from the home office. And the investments that have been made here in the last few months are around 10 billion euros, only in the last few months. However, it is not only the way of working that has changed in companies as a result of the pandemic. In addition to process optimization through digitalization, companies have seized the opportunity to think about their service offerings and how they can be adapted to rapidly changing customer needs. One of the main concepts that have gained importance in this context in the last few months and also have attracted the attention of both industry and research is the XaaS approach. Everything as a service, or short XaaS for short, refers to an approach of making a company's offerings available as a service and allowing the customer to consume them as a service. The core of the approach here is the focus on a database solution with hardware and the relationship between the acting parties. One of the best known examples of this approach is the pay-per-use. In the case of industry, a company that uses machines, for example, no longer sees these machines as an investment object and instead pays the machine manufacturer only for the actual output quantity. Other example is supplier offers, for example, productivity services, which is paid by the customer per achieved productivity gain. In any case, and all varieties of the approach, this means that the responsibility shift for certain value-added tasks, for example, material supply, transport, quality, or productivity, moves from the customer to the supplier, and thereby creating a higher level of supplier and user motivation at every stage of the product life cycle. The potential and advantages for both providers and users are very high. On the one hand, revenue increases of up to 25% net profit margin are possible on the supplier side. And on the other hand, end-to-end process operated by XRS services can be realized on the user side. For example, cost reductions of up to 40%, or for example, more flexibility. A lot of money is currently being invested in Germany research landscape to clarify technical issues. For example, in the context of mechanism standards for interfaces, data transmission, and processes. On the other hand, answers to topics such as creating market acceptance, benefits assessment, pricing, or new forms of cooperation and competence requirements for these approaches are being developed. Okay, what benefits can we now generate for Kazakhstan with these experience and findings? For many years, Fraunhofer has been working in a trustworthy manner on various projects related to digitalization and Industry 4.0 with responsible institutions from Kazakhstan. Based on this, we believe that there are three very interesting topics can be worked on together in the future. The first topic that we see is that of the digital platforms. The further advancement of the industrial IoT landscape and the IoT platform connectivity is the basis to move to the next higher level in the context of Industry 4.0. If this topic is approached in a concentrated way, it is also possible to address the topic of the next generation of process automation. And because the first two topics are more inward-looking activities in companies and are aimed at their empowerment, we see the third topic as supplementing the need side with the topic of new digital business models, and thus to round off the digitization activities in Kazakhstan. Okay, that's so far my speech. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a further interesting event. Bye from Germany.
Thank you so much, Mr. Scholhammer. Дамы и господа, хочу вернуться.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to go back to Kazakhstan and to get away from the mining and more wide and complicated industry and to get to more technological questions related to pharmaceutical issues. I would like to give the floor to Dmitry Zubkov, our JC Himfarm, and to ask him as a representative of local culture how the digitalization is happening here in the pharmaceutical industry and what specifically are you doing as part of transition to Industry 4.0. Hello, once again, I'm happy to see everybody. As the previous speaker said, a state program was launched in Kazakhstan Industry 4.0 and a company, Himfarm, joined this company in 2019. You can put up the first slides, please. I will tell once again. I will say that as part of this program, we did a huge work. We started with audit together with the local institute Hofer, and the result of this audit was the document which included 38 recommendations of the further development and digitalization of our company. Based on the analysis of these recommendations, we formed a roadmap for development for the next 3 years. And as a result, our JC Hinfarm has a realized roadmap based on 6 projects. We also accompanied 4 other projects. 2 projects are about to be finished. And in the next several years, we are not planning to stop. We'll continue to work in that direction, based not only on recommendations of Fraunhofer and other needs of industrialization. In the next few years, we'll automate laboratories, plants, facilities, and training of personnel. We want to improve the current systems, our subsystems, and the continuation of lengthy long-term projects, digitalization, segmentation. Now we'll get to the indicators of quality that we want to improve, and the key projects that we have finished in support of of these indicators. The most important one is the improvement of quality of products, which helps us to control the quality of material during the whole life cycle of the product, from delivery to the production. And here, Eunomia Power BI helps us, comes in and helps helps to structure and to visualize the critical, important data of the enterprise in the form of indicators and graphs. It's the management of personnel recruiting, testing, scheduling, and here we have the new system, Logday. It's our system for our HR cloud system. The next indicator is the training. Training covers the biggest part of the automation, but given this or that technology, there is a problem, and there is a problem in the experimental solution. And our informational and educational center with the newest equipment comes in handy here. Optimization of the working processes during the whole process, production, logistics, distributors, retail, the tracking of each batch, and the opportunity to return the product in case it's needed. Then automation of planning and record of different regulated work regarding the maintenance and repairs. The introduced measures allowed us to automate the technical maintenance of our facilities. As you know, 2020, in 2020 we witnessed pandemic and quarantine, but our IT infrastructure allowed us to adjust to the new norm, and we continued to work on those projects. As a result of 2020, we introduced the documentation management project, and we finished the data integrity. We were able to create a single infrastructure, backup services. That's it from me. If you have any questions, please, ready to answer them. Dmitry, thanks very much. I'd like to go to one more Kazakh company, our electric. I would like to give the floor to Zhendila Ilyasov. Can you tell us about plans for Industry 4.0? Colleagues, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share my experience and our thoughts. Success in the digitalization, I would describe them as step by step. Thanks to active support from the state program, state institutions, we're able to incorporate technologies that we had been dreaming of. It's the robotics. They became a reality now. Unfortunately, pandemic has set us back a little bit in terms of timelines, in terms of introduction of them into real environments. But very soon we'll start to exploit them, and step by step, gradually, we're moving into full digitalization of the industries. And I wanted to say that during the digitalization of these projects, we faced the following problem, and I decided to share it with you and to suggest a solution. The problem is the following. As you see on the slide, all the industries, all the enterprises that thought of digitalization, they face these problems. It's the thoughtfulness. You need to be thoughtful. You need to think everything out, because otherwise you may face huge risks. The bigger the enterprise is, the more disintegrated, the more complicated it is to deal with it. The more complicated it is to come up with instruments. The more it's digitalized, the more it depends on digital technologies. So in case something goes wrong, something goes unnoticed, or something stops, the business will stop as well. There are many examples to that, because many companies have gone bankrupt because of they were not very thoughtful. And so this all causes and poses different risks. Gentila, I'm sorry that you're not going to be on time, so I suggest that you go from problems to solutions, to plans of your digitalization, to speed it up a little bit so that we could get into the timeline. Okay, got you. Okay, let's get to the next stage where we can see the solutions. It's the slide number 4. Can you see it? We suggest to create the single centralized system of centralized integrator, and in the initial stages, with the support of the government, it can be created based on the current institutions. As Astana Hub, it could be AKF PIT, why not? There could be other bodies that could help. And this systemic integrator, that it involves all our knowledge, all our analytics for the for all industrial factories, for all companies. And the solutions, 90% of the solutions, they are universal. I would say 10 or 20% of the solutions are unique. And all these solutions, the central integrator could combine them to prepare all the infrastructure, to subsidize the data centers, to accelerate the systems, consolidating and of experience, of approaches, and preparation of specialists, training them. If there is a certain platform that is good for everybody, this single integrator, this single body will develop once and then spread it across every party. This approach, in my opinion, would give a strong impetus to the process of digitalizations that are happening right now. And creating and to be able to create ecosystem.
Супер, спасибо большое.
Super, that's great. It's a very interesting proposal, and what we were discussing here in this forum. We shall be able to discuss this with the people from the ministry. Well, that's concerning the startups together with the Ministry of Information Development. Now I'd like to continue this topic of training that you have touched upon. I'd like to get down to the BTS education. Saisat Nurbekov has already dealt with the human development and training. This is a big project which was implemented. This is the list of new professions. Now, please, could you describe the impact of digitalization on human capital in Kazakhstan? Thank you very much, Andrew. I just wanted to propose, let us continue this topic about human capital, about the competences. Now it is next to impossible to persuade someone that the markets are radically changing. You will not find a single government or international organization or a big research or consulting agency or company that wouldn't have separate reports or indexes for changing the forecast at the market of labor. We are very much concerned about the fact that the national methodology of describing the changes in the labor market or forecasting is not existent. And we came up with this new project. Unfortunately, it is implemented only in 9 branches, but we are going to continue this. We are going to cover the processing industry, the creative economy cluster, the industry of entertainment. So there are 9 basic priority branches. That is the mines, refineries, and so they have the full cycle of our research, and we were basing ourselves on the approaches of Gendry Ipskovitz. This is the model of triple spiral, where there is a junction between the industry and the businesses, and on the other hand, there is a university education, and the other part of the spiral is local authorities and national authorities that close in collaboration, and they just balance the demand and the supply and demand, and thus they analyze the skills, proficiencies, and competences in order to predict what specialties would be on demand in the market. So this was implemented due to the ministry, and here are the representatives of the ministry. So 463 occupations were described as a result. In the field of 9 priority fields, 95 transforming, and some of them are becoming obsolete. So COVID pandemic last year has changed our plans. And in fact, we covered all the branches, all the trends, and all the changes, technological changes, social cultural changes, and social and political, the changes of value, which affect the production, the organizational and managerial processes in our industries. Thus, we clearly described every industry and gave details about the changed requirements and demands. And here I'm showing you the IT industry, and even if there are innovation industries, even new industries are facing changes. So we were trying to trace the cycle of every occupation. Well, I'm going to skip some slides. In every industry, we describe the prospective trends, and we based ourselves on deep interviews and analysis sessions, and we involved about 2,000 experts. Now we are negotiating with the Ministry of Labor and other related ministry in order to update this book of occupations, the book where the occupations were described. And this year we are going to deal with the Ministry of Education and other related ministries in order to launch experimental programs. We don't want to wait. The Ministry of Education is supporting us, and we are developing experimental training programs. Now this book of occupations is made available to all the related partners, and we can collaborate with any college or other academic institutions, and we are ready to launch experimental programs without any bureaucratic preponderances. Here we have created a big chart or a big map whereby we have shown all the academic institutions which have the background, the manpower in order to launch new, launch new training processes in order to train new specialists. So there are 3 experimental programs being launched this year in Chrometown, the city of Chrometown, together with Gazprom Corporation. So there will be new occupations, and we have introduced changes into the training materials and plans. And then we are launching a new specialty on digital safety. This is in Nur Sultan, and the 3rd big package is to be done in Atyrau. 16 new and transforming professions in the oil and gas field. So we are launching the first training program. It is going to be of great interest for the predictive engineering. So these are the engineers who will collect a big data, a lot of data. They will use this data to create deep insights related to maintenance of various kinds of equipment. So we are collaborating with the academic institution here in this city, and we are creating methodological tools in order to develop new programs, in order to train manpower, and we are inviting all the interested party in order to implement some practical things, because we have acquired all the necessary documents and permissions. Thank you very much for your attention. Yes, it was a great job, and I'm glad that you're planning to continue via education. This is why the education that we're going to reach higher competences that are required to implement such projects as the Industry 4.0. Now I'd like to come back to the production. The Kazakh Mys Corporation, Mr. Alexander Grevtsev, he does a lot in terms of digitalization. Can you tell us what's new, in what way the COVID pandemic has affected? Thank you to all of you. Of course, I don't have much to say. This is a new trend, and I'll be brief, and I'll describe the trends that we are implementing, that we are working at. We'd like to work with our colleagues, such as the Book of New Occupations of Kazakhstan. Talking about the previous slide. So in fact, we are telling each other in what way we are developing. And here we are showing the Kazakh Mys process. So first it is mining and refining. So we have more than 12 mines, several refineries, 4 metallurgical works, and 4 factories producing electricity. We have more than 35,000 staff members, and every activity is a big project. And in fact, each time we have to look at what we can do further. So looking further, the next slide. This is a description of an important block. The structures that deal with education and training. This is surveillance and map planning. This is something that can affect the sector of mining industry. It is going to create a big new layer of occupations and specialists. So we are going to create new jobs, and of course the block of safety engineering and industrial safety. Here in this instance we attract foreign experts, and we have our own experts. So it includes also positioning of the personal transportation modes and legislation and many other things. And information technologies cannot be developed without the creation of telecommunication platform. That's what we are doing right now. We have about 7,000 optical fiber lines. So this is quite a big infrastructure. And the length of our underground infrastructure is comparable to the metro, to the underground subway. So we are ready to collaborate. Let us discuss things and develop things, because the social factor is one of the most important blocks, because whereby we develop staff and people, well, in as much we create jobs and develop and provide training to people, we attain greater results. So no specialties emerge, and these new occupations, new specialists, will change the whole paradigm of the production, and it will change the productivity and change the approaches to this industry. We're going to use the clouds and various forms of dispatcherization and using various kinds of data. The social block is really important for us, and we are seeking to support all our staff. There is no secret that mono-cities are the cities that affect the whole process of mining, and processing, and whatever. There will be different modes of interaction between the staff as a result of our activities, and we are seeking to make our own developments, and our specialists can create various systems at a distance. We can share this experience. We can manage and see the information in various segments of the production. So various kinds of data, laboratory data, production data. We created a tool that is going to be very effective. This is platform 4.0, which can, at a distance, collect the data from the refining complex, or there are some other processes that can yield the information for this platform. We were talking much about this, but now it is ready. It allowed us to create the platform for managing the comparisons, and we have the system of electronic documentation turnover. There are many branches of this system, and we use various applications working on the computer and on the smartphone. And it is easy for professionals, but every figure has LOT behind, and we collect this data from various points. We can support more than 150 business processes, various reports, and the system of managing the business processes. All this create a new basis for developing the approach to distance managing of an enterprise. We can launch the artificial intelligence. In fact, this platform is responsible for all this, and we are ready to share our achievements with you. In fact, we created this for all our enterprises. There are 4 mono-cities, then mines, and we went even further. We are creating the single database for managing the safety engineering.
These are the components that were developed previously. We tested all these components on real examples in real life, where we could plan the tasks. We make a block of approaches in terms of safety measures to create centralized core, to make sure that we analyze it later, to collect data, and to participate in the minimalization of state checks, supervisions, to follow all the recommendations issued by the government and that need to be observed. Next, please. Important block it's the approach. It's the video supervision. It's a very important thing. More than 1,500 cameras are being installed underground, and it's important how to develop the digital connection, the links that will be provided between between different spots, the voice, etc. This will make sure that it will standardize and will establish a single approach, how we can provide our employees with effective tool of communication, effective cooperation between each other and between the person and the computer, to make sure that the person who works underground gets all the necessary information. And the video analytics, it's a factor of our development, and we'll be ready to cooperate with our colleagues. We are aimed at developing our Kazakhstani solutions, and most of them are already there. Next, please. We are speaking metaphorically without numbers. We are now trying to decrease production risks, production costs, to increase the security and safety. It's a separate layer. Also, what is important is to increase the efficiency and to increase the quality of personnel, creating KPIs to make sure that every personnel knows how he works and how to measure his indicators, his tasks. All this will allow, well, it's hard to put it in 10-15 minutes. We can create competency centers with different mining industries, from manufacturing industries, to make available this information to other people. And we can show what solutions can be used. Maybe it will be interesting for our colleagues, because in Kazakhstan there are many talented people, and we try to hire people from Kazakhstan. Speaking of pandemic, there are some problems, of course, but there are also possibilities which will we get right now. Thank you very much. I'm ready to cooperate with you. Alexander, thanks very much. Colleagues, speaking of Industry 4.0, we're speaking of platforms, and speaking of platforms within the country, we should talk about the platforms that are being developed, the Smart Industry Management Platform. And I would like to give the floor to Oskar Bolatovich. Could you talk about this platform, about the building this ecosystem 4.0 in Kazakhstan? Good evening, distinguished panelists, participants of the forum. Could you put up the presentation, please? Our practice has shown that the best results during COVID were shown by manufacturing companies which were able to timely introduce some digital instruments. This allowed during deficits, during quarantine, to function non-stop, but in cooperation with other state agencies. For cooperation with other state agencies, we need platforms, and this was echoed by other people, IT companies and manufacturing companies, university industries. The mixed cooperation between these industries is a need right now. And the platform, the single platform, Smart Industry Platform, it's made on open architecture. It's aimed at forming Industry 4.0 in Kazakhstan through direct work of the industries with the support of IT, innovation companies. This ecosystem based on Industry 4.0, it can help Kazakhstan to become more digitalized. This platform is realized in beta version. You can check it out on our website. The residents of the platform are more than 30 IT countries, and those who suggest their solutions to different industries. At the same time, cooperating with Kazindustry, we done the survey more than 100 industries. They got the information in terms of readiness to build the strategic transformation, in terms of planning, training personnel. This was the experience of collecting data, quality information. This process will continue. Then we had to look at the question of deep analysis. It was important because the companies had to show the results from that analysis so that each company could use the internet of certain capacity, who needs artificial intelligence, who needs training of personnel, and who needs automation. We're talking about the map of digitalization, which we saw a pilot version of recently. The next step is the practice of exchange of information for realization of successful project in Industry 4.0. Almas, our client today, talked about how we work together on deploying this platform, the successful case of using artificial intelligence for artificial factory. It's a unique experience for the whole world. As a result of introducing this program, the result is $1.3 million. But the representative of ERG said that this is key, how profitable is to make this decision, economically feasible. And we developed a system that we're ready to share with the market, how to justify these solutions. Also, we realized project Industry 4.0 in gas and oil industry is project with Caspy Neft, and now we're working on scaling this across industry. Last year we realized digital oil deposit, digital ore, and today we're going to do digital substation. How scaling is happens. The IT solutions from our residents, we suggested the following format. We convince companies to do the selection program, which we call Marathon. This is a unique thing because it came as a product of cooperation between us and Kazakh Mys. So we thank Alexander for that. And we did a marathon in Karagan. It was unique. We planned to do it in 1 day, but it took us 7 days. So we did 10 such marathons, and we were able to find these connection points between partners and to start this digitalization of business processes and cases with minimal risks. What Jean Dilia already said, we want to reduce risks, and as a result of this marathon, from the beginning of year, Kaynar AKB, it's Almaty region. There's a company that produces batteries for cars, and they accepted this new format. As a result of these marathons, we increased our base, personal base, and now we're preparing big marathon for IT solutions together with Samruk Kazana. It will happen during 1 month. It is very important to look Industry 4 as a separate ecosystem at the national level that connects state, factories, IT companies. Today we see that due to implementation of platform solutions, we can reach success and progress in the modernization of industries. This platform should incorporate the solutions of the companies, including taxation. We are launching unique platform Kaz R&D, which will take care of taxation, and it regulates with the help of blockchain in the area of intellectual systems. It will also deal with the training. This is a very important factor. When we worked with him, we found some needs, some demands. We worked on IT needs, and we, together with Russian company Cifra, we launching competency training initiatives. And on Untitled Almaty project, we didn't know each other before, but we tried to launch such initiative and project, to launch such center. Our next goal is to help 100 Kazakh companies, and in the next 5 years to get to a new level of transformation. That's why we're planning to introduce new solutions that we want to do with our competences partly and with other transnational companies. Today, our whole line of products, it comes from residents, and it's mostly Kazakh companies. We want cooperation of the partners in the Eurasian Union to make sure that as Kazakhstan we become competitive as a big regional cluster of Industry 4.0. We started that process with mining companies. Now we're going into oil and gas companies. I think Kazakhstan, with its specialization, it would find its place in the Industry 4.0 thanks to our manufacturing companies and our specialists in IT industry. Thank you very much.
Карбалатович, очень интересная платформа, очень интересный проект.
This is really an interesting platform, an interesting project. You have touched upon the company called Cifra. I'd like to give the next floor to Mr. Igor Bogachev, who is the director of this company. The transition to a new digital mode involves training new staff, and we'd like to ask you, in what way do you motivate your personnel to using technologies? Thank you very much. Good evening. I'll try to be brief. As you understood, the Cifra company deals with the organization of main industrial processes. We work with mining enterprises, oil and gas, and oil chemistry. So these are difficult processes in conservative branches where knowledge and the human factor are the basis for the reliability of the processes. And I'd like to share the problems of the links between digitalization and the implementation of the projects 4.0 and the human factor. So this is in fact a big task. We need to develop our own professional competences in order to link the available knowledge with the technologies that are coming, the new technologies. It is too early to say that the digitalization of the production results in getting rid of people. And in fact, only 5% of modern occupations are affected by digitalization. But what we need to think about is the interaction of personnel with sophisticated computer systems. And we need to develop their skills of communication with new systems, and this is a current challenge. There are specialists of new generation that are entering the market, who know these people know the process, and they can use the digital technologies in their everyday work. So this is a brief example of of the system of management in Almaty enterprise. So this is the system managing some industrial processes of highly dangerous processes, and this system allows to make the staff members to introduce changes into the process orders in a digital format. And the digital technologies penetrate into the main industrial process right now. And digitalization is growing, and all the colleagues that were talking before me mentioned that in the evolving economies, such as in Russia or in Kazakhstan, it is not that the humans will be substituted by the computers, but we need to think about the utilization of new technologies by the personnel. And in the nearest future, we'll have to retrain about 40% of the production personnel, the engineers, and the staff members. So we need to be agile enough not to lag behind. The colleagues were talking much about artificial intellect, and I'd like to quote some examples. Very often people are skeptical about the artificial intelligence, and there is a lot of prejudice against, or the bias against digitalization. And people who have a lot of years of experience behind cannot assume that an iron facility can get adjusted to the work process much quicker. And the specialists in technology on the production side often criticize the artificial intelligence and its importance in terms of managing processes, but we shouldn't forget that any technologist spends years to become knowledgeable in the specificities of his occupation, but now artificial intelligence can be trained within a week to do the same. And in order to overcome this skeptical approach, and in order to make jobs more attractive, we need to launch the training and retraining programs for the staff members whose activity can be touched upon by the artificial intelligence introduction. For example, in Pavlodar, in the aluminium works, in order to increase the quality and assessment of the production, we trained several dozens of specialists in the Department of Strategic Development for the people to become accustomed to new technologies. While talking about our education in general and our universities, we must say that post-Soviet education trains good mathematicians and specialists, but there are few specialists that would be really prepared for the work process, because the education now is not very progressive, and universities use outdated curricula and programs, and the employers and the students say that the training, the university training and academic training is far from practice. This education doesn't give practical skills, and it will spend about 10 years until the staff become really knowledgeable in the digital sphere. So we are interested in speeding up the process of proper understanding of digital technologies. And we are interested in giving this knowledge to practical workers, to the actual staff of the enterprises. So we created an online educational project for training the acting personnel, the industrial enterprises, and it was organized for the production staff. We didn't train IT people. And 14,000 staff members were trained, and now we have a feedback from the market showing that this project helped to increase the digital knowledge among engineers and technical staff. We are launching a similar project with the Autonomous Cluster Foundation. We decided to start with the mining complex of Kazakhstan. There is an online training devoted to the digital mining practices. We have 15 partners from international and Russian and Kazakhstani IT companies, and some mining specialists who introduce digital technologies and their processes. And we believe that this will be made available for free to engineers both from Kazakhstan and Russia. We're going to launch it in spring, and will speed up the development of digitalization in both Russia and Kazakhstan. That's our goal for the for the nearest half of the year. Thank you very much, Igor. This is an ambitious task that you have put in front of you. I wish you every success. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are behind the schedule, and I propose that we finish our session. Great thanks to all of you for your presentations. It was very interesting. Unfortunately, we were pressed for time, and we could devote a lot of time to the topics of Industry 4.0, and I'd like to wish you every success in the field of digital transformation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrew. Goodbye.